Yeah, let's do it like this. Oh, Sunday night. Here is a question. Can Cyprus stand independent? A future without guarantors. I had this ready just before Jan went up, but it looks like Jan has technical issues. So I'll open up for a couple of hours, guys. I did what I did. That's right, George.
Oh, not this guy again. Fuck, man.
Who? I thought that was George. I thought that was George. No, that is George. Hold on.
So you have to admit it, my friend.
Yes, tell me. Let me just fix the layout. What do I need to admit?
You did the freezing before.
Yes, I hacked Jan's account.
Yes.
Gotta take out the Turkish Cypriots one by one, innit? We can't let them do lives, George.
Embarco.
100%.
Get lost.
Isolation.
I knew Ken would like that one. Yes, let's isolate them, George. Good one. Where were we? What was the convo? This is the question. This is what I mean. I had this question ready and we were talking about it a minute ago.
Yes, we can go to a new subject because I think we are going circles.
Let's talk about future.
It's these guarantors, what you just put up there, Scoff. It's not up to Turkish Cypriots. It's up to Turkey whether they withdraw their guarantor or not.
Ken, do you like the way we put them on a boat and we're sending them back?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I just noticed it. Now you mentioned it.
Where's the British?
The ship. Where
British?
the ship is facing?
The ship's
The Inglesi, yeah?
The Inglesi are inside. They're not going anywhere.
Or it's coming.
They're leaving.
You should have put the Inglesi in a little rubber dinghy.
Yeah.
You should have pointed them different direction, though. You point the Turks going towards Greece, and Greece going towards Turkey.
It looks like they're on a collision course, to be honest, Ken.
Yeah,
could be.
Yeah.
That could work.
That could work for us. Yeah.
Flag. And the flag. What is that flag?
Which one? The Greece flag?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. AIs, for some reason, they put a little star on it. Doesn't that make you wonder? What does AI know that we don't know?
Israel mixed with Greece.
It knows a lot, bro.
Yeah, I asked for the Greece flag, obviously, and it gave me that. That is weird, isn't it?
I think it's a star, but though it's a small star.
What kind of star?
Sorry, I think it's a cross, but isn't it? But a small cross. The cross should be bigger.
Unfortunately, I think it is a star, George, but I didn't have time to redo it again.
Okay, I can't see.
It wasn't me, though. That was completely ChatGPT. It was not me.
Anyway. Mario?
That's Mario.
I feel very happy that Erhurmani and Christodoulidis will go talk under same status. Like what has been agreed, it has been agreed. Okay, let's go talk the rest. They could solve the problem. I mean, happy days.
He's not accepting it. He wants to start converging again almost every subject. That's the problem.
No,
Ken, he agreed that agreements will be locked and they will work on disagreements. He agreed.
You guys you need to read the news a little bit more, right? Erhman said the other day, last meeting. Can you wait 1 minute, please? Can you wait 1 minute?
Ankara post is a different thing.
Finish, man. Migration, chill.
When the last meeting, Erhman said he was trying to explain to Christodoulou they should lock whatever they agreed in Crans-Montana, and Christodoulou produced a file nearly 3 inches thick, and all the convergence that he wants to talk about. That means he wants to start from the beginning. That's what he was saying. Just read the news. Right? Just read the news.
Converges, you know what the word converge means? It's when both things align. So it's things that Erhurman agrees as well. My friend, you are the British. I'm not British. I'm Cypriot. I just have the citizenship.
The only part of Britain he's seen is the inside of a kitchen.
What's that supposed to mean?
He's a sick idiot, he is. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
You don't even know what
They
convergence
agree.
means.
You didn't
They
understand what I
agree.
said, do you? Neither of
No
you.
one
You
cares.
got
No one
two
cares.
idiots
Go and chop some
saying,
onions. No
making
one
a
cares.
comment,
No one
something they
cares.
didn't understand.
Go and peel some potatoes.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't. You don't understand what he's saying. You, fucking hell, it's pointless wasting time on you two. You're like a TikTok ding dong each other.
Can you are not happy that things are proceeding in the right direction. That is something you need to solve within you.
Well, the reality
You
is
need
that they're not
therapy, like you
proceeding in
need
the
to
right
seek
direction
therapy.
because your Christoph or Nico, whatever his name is, he can't see past his nose. Yeah, I don't want to insult the guy. He hasn't done anything to me, unlike this two idiot here, right? So I'm not going to call him David. I'll call him Nick. I can't pronounce his name, right? I'll
I
call him
have great
Nico.
respect for you. I see dementia coming to you. I cannot like.
Be respectful.
Yeah, you're not far off. I see dementia coming to you too as well, and you're a lot younger than me. Yeah, you start taking the pill now. Otherwise, another 2 years you'll be lost.
Yeah, you're pissing on your shoes, man. What are you talking about?
Allow it, man. Stop being like, come on, man. If you stick to
Who
the
are
subject,
you,
don't
man? Relax
get personal.
yourself,
Bruv, it's
little
you. You're the
faggot.
problem. You're too
It's you.
disrespectful,
It's
mate.
you. It's you.
Listen,
You
go
sound like
fuck
a
yourself, man.
baby.
Fuck off, man. Go and
Just chill
find some
out, man.
fucking other live,
What are you gonna
bruv.
do?
Go
What are you
and
gonna
beg some
do?
friends on there.
What
See
are
you
you gonna
later.
do, babe?
Go and beg friends on other lives.
Yeah, he's picking on everyone. He thinks he's a
What
big
am I
man.
gonna do?
He hasn't got a clue what he's talking about.
George, or Mario, have the RSC lost trust in Christodoulis? Because I heard like there's a lot of sort of corruption,
Oh hell no!
aspects of corruption going on at the moment.
Don't
as
go
well.
there, mate. Don't go
I'm
there.
sure on a whole, every Cypriot's going to have his own opinions. I lost a lot of whatever way before any of this, and what happened in the summer cemented it for me.
External policy, he's okay, but internally we have problems inside. Big problems internally, especially with the jurisdiction. But externally, he's okay. He's on point.
Only he's selling off, man. He's selling off the island.
He let 200 kilometers of the island fucking perish it took me an hour to go and have a meeting to think about what the fuck to do. You stupid fucking ignorant pig.
Who's that, Mario?
What 200 kilometers? What is this story? Mario, can you explain what is this story?
How many kilometers were burnt in the summer?
Oh, we talk about the fires.
Yeah, and then they sell it to the eye people.
I'm sorry. I know things happen.
He started the fire. The president started the fire. I didn't know.
But
Mario, thank you. You informed me.
No, he didn't start the fire, but his ignorance is what led to more damage being done than shouldn't have been done. And it leads to the signs of corruption and the thing of it being planned. Because you don't wait an hour.
First fire.
No, it's not the first fire. It's not the first fire. Okay. But no way a fire should be outbroken and last for 24 hours before even a fucking plane shows up. What's this?
The easiest way to pinpoint that.
You've got money to go fix the bus stops. Go get money and grab yourself a plane to take care of the fires.
Yeah, easiest way to pinpoint that Cyprus migration, is to look and see who buys these lands afterwards, and then you'll see how corrupt it is.
Yes, you are right, Carl.
Guys, I want to read something about the things we talked before. It's from the newspaper. It's in English. About Christodoulidis' proposals. First, his plan calls the reaffirming of the solution basis following the reference to political equality and the UN resolutions in the joint announcement on December 11th. Second, confirms convergences achieved today. Christodoulidis said convergences on internal aspects should be shared with both communities. Those who both agree, and what it remains in the table. because we talked about this a few minutes ago, and we said different things.
Look,
So,
George, he's saying, right? I know what he's saying. Conversions, right? He wants to talk about them again, and he's got a list of them. He wants to accept them, but he's got a big file. That's what Erhman is saying. Read what Erhman's saying. He's telling the truth. He's the only one who's telling the truth,
okay.
right?
Okay.
He's saying he showed up with a 3-inch pile of paper saying that all the agreements they made at Crans-Montana, he wants to rediscuss them again. Okay, I don't know how to put it any other way clear so you guys can understand.
You are clear. But
Right?
what I read
Now,
here,
Erhoman's saying that he doesn't want to discuss them again.
okay.
He wants to lock them in, right? And then carry on as long as he accepts the political equality, what it says in the United Nations, right? He wants to and set up a set of rules between them, you and us, and reach for a solution. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
This
So
is
ba-
what
so
your
George-
media is saying. In this paper, it says very clearly that Christodoulidis agrees that the agreements are locked. And he says about political equality, according to UN, which I said a few nights ago, that according to UN, political equality is effective participant. And this will be determined in the negotiations, in the not a rotated presidency, political equality. So the problem is that now there is a precondition from Erhurman. He decided that political equality means a rotated presidency before going to negotiations. Anyway, the disagreement about what you said, Ken, it was that I'm reading this from the newspaper that Christodoulidis said agreements are locked, and we'll talk about the disagreements.
George, I understand what you're saying and what the paper is saying, right? I watched Erdogan, right, 4 days ago. He gave a speech in Turkey. He was in one of the channels in Turkish television, yeah.
I saw it.
And he said that I don't want to talk about already things that was agreed in Cross Montana. We can lock them in. We don't need to rediscuss them again. You know, we focus on the other parts, right? We focus on the other parts and we move from there. But he's saying that I am not going to waste my time and sit at the table because he's saying that you got elections coming up, then you got the EU presidency going on until June, I believe. He said in the process we'll go to the like the European departments and we see other people. He wants solid moving forward, right? And he wants a date on these. I'm talking, my friend, 1 minute. And he said, I want a time frame, whether it'll be 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, but he wants a time frame.
Good. Kara, the problem you said that Christodoulidis said we have the elections and we are having the EU presidency is not right. Christodoulidis never said this.
No, I never said Christodoulidis said that. Listen to what I said. I never mentioned Christodoulidis. What are you talking about?
Who said this? Who said the EU presidency and the elections are...
Listen to me again. I said I watch Erhuman speak. I never mentioned Christodoulidis.
Yes, okay. So Erhurman was referring to Olgin. You know Angela Olgin, the UN representative for the Cyprus problem.
You know,
she
Elgin,
took a stance.
He said it after Erhurman. Okay? Get you facts right.
Okay, and actually came, okay.
Yeah. So I'm trying to explain to you, Kara said the same thing.
Please explain.
Right? We need to lock. So Erhurman is in big trouble on the Turkish side, saying what he's saying. But you guys don't even want to know anything. You just want to go with your own opinions.
Right? You do know the president of Cyprus doesn't want this deal at all. The president is more for Turkey.
He said, he said the next week, Christodoulidis said, no problem with the EU presidency or the election. Next week, I can talk, Christodoulidis said. We can solve the problem next week, he said, Christodoulidis.
You don't understand. You're not listening to what we're saying. He came to table last week with the pile of paper, 3-inch thick, according to Erhuman, right? And he wants to talk about all the conversions, right?
Yeah, he wants,
He
yes, he
doesn't want
wants
to
to
lock
be
them in.
sure.
Oh, God.
No, they will lock it.
Migration. Shall I tell you what he
It's
said?
like 2 years.
He
We
said-
tried. Sorry, Kara.
You
He
have
said,
no
migration,
idea, Ken.
right?
You have no idea.
Erhuman said we can't even talk and agree on 2 cross points. How are we going to resolve the island issue?
So, Kara, you see, the convergence that Christodoulidis brought on the table, he just wants to reaffirm, he won't change anything, no change on what's been agreed. He just wants a reaffirming of what has been agreed so they can proceed, because later on, Erhuman will come and say, I had a different perspective on what has been agreed on.
Listen, you dipstick. All the convergence has been locked in, right? It's recorded by United Nations. It's not going to change. Erhuman saying lock them in. Your president is saying that we wants to have a discussion about them. Okay? That's the difference.
You guys are arguing about stupid stuff, mate, to be honest with you. Like,
Yes, I agree with the one, bro.
But basically, I think what Cyprus migration is saying and what Ken is saying, yes, the ROC guy has brought in the papers, but essentially they need to confirm which chapters have been confirmed between the two. So align with what's been agreed, and then discuss what's outside of the agreement, basically, or what's left.
So you want to start from the scratch then?
No, it's not that.
No,
it's
no.
so let's say there's 100 chapters. Yeah.
Yeah.
You agree on which 70 you've agreed on. You both have to say yes. We agree to points 1 to 70, and then the remainder is what's left for the talks, and that's it.
Yeah,
okay.
He's basically saying this house is painted red. Yes, this house is painted red. The car outside is painted blue. Yes, the car outside is painted blue. So it's simple things.
I can't explain any better than I explain. So Erhuman is an idiot. So we elect the wrong person, and apologize for that.
No, he's the right person.
He's not
definitely
the right person. If he can't see what he's seeing, and he keeps going on about he's not even happy about the way Greek Cypriot interprets the political equality. He's an idiot, right? And I can't say any more than that. He's an idiot. Am I right, Kara?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, okay. So the Grey Wolves, so Ken and Kara, Grey Wolves, you are from the Grey Wolves. Okay, we got it.
You see, this is what you do. When you can't come up with a solution, you bring the grey wolf and then you bring something else.
You bring donkeys, grey wolf, everything you can throw at us, you throw it at. It doesn't work, migration. You can call us what you want. You've done it umpteen time. It's not going to make no difference.
Cyprus migration is okay. I love you. I love you, Cyprus migration.
I love you too, Ray. Your newly elected president.
He's an idiot. We know that. Only thing you can get through to you, he's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
He's doing what he promised.
He called himself a professor of law, and he's probably got his degree from the toilet paper.
Ray, he promised, and he's doing what he promised before you got elected. Before he got elected, he promised something. He said, I will do this. And he's doing what he got elected for, and you are infuriating because of it. But he's doing exactly what he promised he will do. So you are 100%.
He might be doing Qatar. What he promised to do.
You voted,
but he's an idiot.
Voted for Qatar.
Why is he asking political equality?
Ken, you voted for Qatar.
What is political equality? George Qatar. Can tell you what it is. If our president don't know what political equality is, right, he's an idiot.
Right? Political equality, you are asking me, Ken, you know, I think you know.
Well, I
political equality and sovereignty equality are different. This is clear from the announcement of UN. I think you all can read. According to UN, political equality means 2 words.
Yes, okay. Everyone can't see that. Well, I don't know
No,
why
he
he's
knows that.
asking. Why
He
don't you
knows.
phone him up and explain to him so we can have
I
a bit of
will.
peace
I
and
will.
quiet?
I will. I have his phone number.
Yes. It's pointless talking to you
The
guys.
effective participants, they will agree on this,
Cyprus
Ken, when
migration.
we
You see,
have the
this is what
solution,
you do, right? This
when
is what
we
you do.
when we have the
Because
Cyprus
Erdogan,
problem
right?
solved,
Because
I will
Erdogan's
come
saying
out
that he's not
with
going to
my big
discuss
Cypriot
things that's
flag.
already discussed, right? Now you painting us as a Tatar fan or Grey Wolves because he's
Yeah,
speaking
well,
logic.
he thinks it bothers us. You called us everything under the sun. Does it make any difference?
Listen. I watched this other day actually on one of the
Yeah, but Cara, to be fair, a lot of the TCs in London were pro-Tata. To be honest, there was only one or
What's wrong?
very
What's wrong
few
being? What's
that
wrong
were
being?
pro-Erdogan. Like, let's
What's
be
wrong
honest
being
about that.
pro Tata?
Okay, yeah. What was wrong with Tatar? Because he wanted two state.
Yeah, we might
The
end up
Turkish
to stay.
Cypriots
Because
Our
don't agree.
he,
Cypriot
The
friends
Turkish
here, they won't
the
accept
Turkish
anything.
Cypriots don't agree. The
We
Turkish
can't even have
Cypriot
a.
majority
I'll
don't
We
tell you
can't
agree.
this,
even
The
have
Cyprus.
a
Turkish
decent
Cypriot
discussion.
majority,
All of you guys know. I've been
don't
saying
agree
it.
with
I've been
Tata.
saying it already. I believe there's deals being made behind closed doors, and I believe the North will probably be, one way or another, the embargo will be lifted, whether it's two states or not.
The Turkish
Effectively,
Cypriot
apart from the embargo,
minority.
we don't need the
Yeah,
ROC.
same old Turkish wolves, Tatar supporter,
Turkey,
Turkish minority.
yes,
Come on, anything else? You
Turkish
need to squeeze in every
Cypriot,
time you're here. You need to squeeze in all
yes.
that rubbish. Carry on. We
Turkish
can't keep still.
Cypriot majority don't agree with Tatar. That's why they elected Erdogan. So you are not representatives of the majority. You are like the extremists here.
Yeah, a bit like you.
Ken.
Bit like you. Bit like you. You're
Okay,
an
what
LM
about Akunji?
supporter.
What about Akunji and Talat then? Because they
You
were
are
all
an LM
for.
supporter. So if it's all right with you, why shouldn't it be all right with us?
I
He's
didn't
biased.
say anything about it. It's your opinion.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Right. It's pointless talking to you guys because our president is an idiot. He's asking something, he's already there. Right? We won't go and get anywhere.
Mm.
Yeah. You don't want to listen. You don't want to. We trying to tell you the point. But listen to that Nick, whatever his name is, right? And he'll link you to somewhere nice.
Okay. I wish you get well, go get therapy, everything will be alright. We love you, Ken.
Do I need to take tablets? Huh? Do I need to take tablets? Doctor? You should change your name, Cyprus Migration, to Cyprus Doctor Migration.
Professor Migration.
It's okay. So good. All good, right? All good.
Of course it's good. Of course it's good. This problem will be solved one way or another. Trust me.
Yeah, I know. It definitely will.
I see the little thing poking up. I know the one way or
If you
another.
can see it, if you
Ken
can
likes
see Cyprus
to talk like
Migration,
that.
if you can see it from there, it's not so little, is it?
Nere,
When's
I'm
the
talking about the water
sorry,
gun. The
sorry
water
guys.
gun.
When's the next election for the ROC?
2 years.
I think it's in May, innit?
No, that's the parliamentary election.
Oh, parliamentary election.
The presidential election is in 2 years. At the moment, the Turkish Cypriots having an argument. Prime Minister of Cyprus, he doesn't want Erdogan to go into discussions anymore. He's saying he shouldn't be doing it. It should be down to Parliament, right? So there's
How is the Prime Minister elected? How is the Prime Minister elected in the TRNC?
they put a name in the box. They write everyone's name on the toilet paper.
No, he comes out of Goblet of Fire.
Okay, so Turkey chooses the Prime Minister. Okay, we got the answer.
Yeah.
Turkey puts the Prime Minister.
I think it's
president.
I think it's same on the south side. The priest,
president is elected.
the guy with golden gum, he chooses the prime minister. It's the same. No difference.
Did you just not know you never had spaghetti carbonara?
It's sad. This is really, really sad. We can't have a decent discussion with Greek Cypriots. It's really, really sad. I don't know how we're going to get on.
Who's watching the chase?
Sorry, I've been
That's
just
Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, isn't it?
I've been
Oh yeah,
ignoring.
whichever one it is.
When the discussion can happen and handbags will finish, I'll join. Until then, I'm happy watching the video.
I agree with you on most of the stuff, Mario. You know, I support your views up to a certain degree.
Not even partaking. I'm just listening. I can't bother. It's going around in circles.
Oh yeah, going around in circles. It's true.
But just on the other point, I watched something today. You know, I've not been well for like a week or 10 days, so I've not been on the lives. But I've heard today that you know this this deal that was supposed to happen with the fiber cables going through like Israel and Cyprus and into Greece and all that shit. I heard now because the Saudis were funding that, the Saudis don't want our country involved in it. So they're now apparently thinking of going through Syria into Turkey, then into Greece, which cuts out our country and Cyprus. Is this something you guys heard?
I haven't watched no news for 24 hours, maybe 48 hours.
I've only watched it today, but it was published yesterday, so I don't know. And I heard that Americans are more involved in this Cyprus issues. I don't know what it is that they want.
Wow, what is going on tonight?
What's this
Literally,
thing
like,
with
no one's talking.
Kosovo?
Yeah, it's a bit quiet.
Kosovo
Innit?
in the peace thing, the union or whatever it was.
Hey?
Kosovo, something to do with that peace?
Oh yeah, so the I country didn't want Turkey in there militarily. So the peace corps was introduced. Funnily enough, there's 5 countries in there that's influenced by Turkey. Kosovo, like I think there's like 5. Is it Albania one? Kazakhstan's another one. What's the other one? Indonesia, I think, is another one. There's a few. Interestingly, Turkish, yes, you know, Turkish forces won't be on there, but all the forces that Turkey trains and supplies are on there. So I don't really know if that makes any much difference, to be fair.
Kosovo is participating on that Trump peaceful membership, all that shit with the Gaza, and they're not
In Peace Force.
Board of Peace Council, but they're not recognized as a United Nations member, so they're not. A Greek Cypriot don't recognize them. Greece don't recognize them. Romania, Slovakia, and Spain, it doesn't recognize them. So it puts a bit of a twist to the Cyprus issue as well.
Yeah, that's why it's ROC and Greece won't recognize them, can I be? Because then they'll have to recognize TRNC.
Yeah.
It's like similar thing because it's Serbian. It's technically like Serbian land, isn't it? Like broke away from Serbia.
Kosovo is recognized by USA, I think.
I think
Kosovo is recognized by a lot of countries, but there's countries
a lot
that
of countries
don't recognize
yes.
them.
Yeah, but they're not recognized. But they're not UN recognized country. A bit like Cyprus, TRNC.
But I believe they still deal, like they still do like trade deals and stuff.
Well, yeah. So is TRNC with the OTS, Organization of Turkic States. Right. So they do all economic cooperations and international engagements, and it's getting more and more every day.
Guys, I've been sent that Kosovo thing quite a few times today. I don't understand how that's connected to Cyprus, though.
So basically,
I've heard it.
What the ROC and Greece is saying, because Kosovo was separated from Serbia, because Serbians say that that's our land, and
Okay.
Kosovo is saying we're a separate state.
So we're comparing
And
that to the
obviously they're
Cyprus issue.
recognized by, well, migration put 100 countries. I don't know exactly how many countries they're recognized by. However, if ROC recognizes that separation, then they will have to do with the TRNC.
So who's asking ROC to recognize it?
Kosovo.
No, they were just making a
Kosovo.
point saying that ROC don't recognize it, neither does Greece.
Yes. So Kosovo is being recognized by 100 countries. TRNC is not recognized by any country except the invaders. Also,
Yeah, but
Kosovo,
because there is a UN-led discussion going on for the last 50 years. The minute the UN decides there's no more, we can't solve this problem, then it will be our individual country to decide whether to recognize TRNC or not.
There are two basic differences between Kosovo and the north part of Cyprus. The one is that no external intervention, invasion, you can call it whatever you want, happened there. And the second one is that there are UN resolutions that say for Cyprus, this entity is illegal, do not recognize it, and there is on the other side UN resolutions that calls for recognition.
What are you on about, George?
The Kosovo one.
What it doesn't make sense what you say.
I read it
big
today, my
sense.
friend. I read it today.
Makes big sense.
Make big sense. Who's recognized? Who's not recognized?
It's saying the International Court of Justice said that they haven't actually done anything wrong.
We can't hear you. The one you must have come off.
There's no violation of international law.
You broke up, mate. We don't know what you said.
By Kosovo.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying that the International Court of Justice said that there's no violations of international law for what they've done.
Well, for Kosovo, Kosovo there is no violation. Yes.
Do you think there is United Nations resolution that says it violates the law? Turkey violates the international law.
So what we're saying, guys, that Cyprus is going to be pressured now to recognize Kosovo. Is that what we're saying now?
I believe so. In the background, I believe the ROC is under so much pressure that they are creating to come up with a solution before the international stage do something about it instead. That's my personal opinion.
I think you've got a point, Kara, because if you look at, I know it's not the same thing, but if you look at what happened with Syria, like a lot of backdoor conversations happened, and overnight, like everything changed, didn't it? Do you remember?
Yeah. This is what I mean. I remember just before that deal, I was watching that like closely. In fact, I've mentioned it on one of Soft's lives. When the committee went to France, I believe the meeting took place. They've met with Hakan Fidan before the meeting with Israelis and the rest, and after. And then the deal came out, and Turkey supported the current government. And obviously, within 5 days, you've seen everything changed in Syria. But obviously, that was also backed by Trump beforehand in America. So I believe like there is definitely something happening around that region again. And I'll tell you another thing. I watched again something interesting. I don't know if there's any relation to it. I mean, everybody knows in the world how our country and America are like literally so close. But because they are trying to drag Americans into this Iran war, the right doesn't want it, the left doesn't want it, but they've been pressured with these files of the Epstein files and financial pressures and etc., etc. And just today, I've seen that Trump's looking to go to China end of March, beginning of April, to do some deals. So I don't know if he's going to go there and maybe, struck some financial deals to get the our country off their back, basically, the leverage.
Just before I show Migration's picture, Mark McMarty, you've been there quietly for a bit, mate. How you doing?
All of Trump's lobby are ripping
I'm good.
Where are you from? Greek, Turkish?
I'm Cypriot. I'm Greek background.
Okay. What are you thinking?
I'm listening to what you guys are saying. I think the problem is that there's too much influence coming from other countries. Far too much. We need to live in the 21st century now. And
I
and you,
agree.
and the fact is Cyprus is no longer just Greek Cypriots and Turkish Cypriots.
Sorry, Ken, there's noise. I'm going to
Is
mute
that
you for a
World
sec.
Buzz on another account?
Thousands and thousands of people
This
who are
guy,
from
you
other
used to have another
nationalities.
account.
Sorry?
You used to have another account, yeah, called
No,
World.
no. This is the first time I've come on here.
So what do you see for Cyprus' future then? What would you like to see?
What I'd like to see, I would like to see Cyprus stand on its own. Of course, it's a small country. Forgive me saying this, but from the Greek side, it needs to remove their relationship with Israel, and from the Turkish side, the Turkish troops need to leave, and the Greeks need to leave as well. The soldiers, it's got to be demilitarized. There's got to be guarantees from the EU and the UN that the country can get on with itself. Otherwise, I think in about 40 years' time from now, both sides are going to be a minority in their own country. And the amount of land that's purchased from both sides, the amount of people that are living there is phenomenally getting worse and worse. I mean, they bring investment, of course, but I really think that they really got to get their act together.
So are you in Oz or Cyprus?
Pardon?
Well, where do you live? Do you live in Cyprus?
I live in Cyprus, yes, in Lefkosia.
Where have you come from originally? No, not originally. I mean, were you living? Sounds like you might have a slight Australian accent.
No. I'm British. You know, I'm British and Cypriot. My father's Scottish and my mother's Cypriot, and I'm Cypriot national.
Oh, okay.
How do you see the Cyprus problem solved then, Mark?
The Cyprus problem will be solved by making sure that the place is demilitarized and that there's an agreement between the two sides. There's two federated states on the line, the same as Belgium. I know there's going to be problems along the way with that. And I think the politicians need to get their act together. I think that people should listen to Erdogan, because he wants to move forward.
Wait, Erdogan or Erdogan?
Erdogan.
Sorry, Erdogan.
Erdogan.
Yeah, the new
Okay.
leader of the North. Okay, so people need to listen to him. He wants business. They want to change the situation. The North is I mean, I go there quite a lot, and the disparities between the two is immense. All right, they just need to get their act together. The politicians. It's easy saying that, but I honestly think something else that needs to be solved as well is that, you know, you go both sides. The national identity isn't Cypriot. The national identity, of course, their roots are coming from either Turkey or from Greece. This needs to stop, all right, or it needs to be toned down. This is my opinion. That's just something that they need to do. I mean, we got on our roots that we've got Greek heritage. We've got on our roots they have Turkish heritage. But what needs to come first in education in the future is that they've got to have the thing that comes first is the Cypriot heritage. And I think that's something that needs to be, you know, explored. Of course, you can have your identity of being Greek, and saying that religion plays a part in it as well, but from history. I can go on and on and on, but this is just my opinion. I think they should come up with a solution in terms of agreement between the two other and have a federated state, have a referendum. Okay, you know, I think any external influences, Israelis, Turkey, Greece, Britain. Okay, at the end of the day, the British is the one that caused the mess in the first place by from the Constitution in 1960. All right, that didn't protect both sides, didn't protect the minority of the Turkish Cypriots because they were small. But Cyprus needs to move forward with the times. If they don't do that, then I'm telling you now, in 4 years' time, my kids, their generation, they're going to be a minority. And that's definitely what's going to happen. You know, it's not going to be what it is, you know, how we stand for. So now is an opportunity to get themselves sorted, but to demilitarize the place. You know, it's important that you do that. And then we can start talking about property loss and everything else along those lines. And it takes two to tango. It's not about, you know, the poor Greeks or the poor Turks. It's something that they need to move on and learn from the past. Anyway, I'll stop talking now.
No, you've done well, mate. You've done really
You've
well.
done well. Yeah. Very
Come,
lucky.
let's see. What are those, Migration? What are those?
These are the resolutions that say that Turkey needs to leave the island. But what interesting I
Same
read
ones that
is
Israel
that
have, yeah?
the Prime Minister of the TRNC is
Same
elected
ones
by
that
the
Israel has it
parliament.
with Gaza
So
and the
he's not a
Palestinians.
representative of the Turkish Cypriots. He's a representative of the parliament. So Erhürman is the guy to decide of what's going to happen with the Cyprus problem and the Turkish Cypriots, not the representative of the parliament who is influenced by, where Turkey.
He's the president of the country. That's like saying Donald Trump can't say anything in the country.
Yes, Donald Trump was elected by the people, not by the parliament. A big difference. 50 people in the parliament of the TRNC
Well, I don't know. I
cannot
don't think he was
decide
elected by
for the.
people, but
Carla, you need to study. Ken also
those
tell him,
resolution you're showing on the left there, none of them says Turkey break any international law. It doesn't say Turkey invasion or occupation. It mentioned none of it.
They mediate end to foreign military intervention in the Republic of Cyprus.
Yeah, intervention, he says. There's no occupation. Intervention.
Yes.
You can read, yes?
Yes.
Intervention.
Yes.
These words
And
are
then-
written on 541 and 550, if you want, Ken, UN resolution in 1993. Occupying is a word. Yeah, you can find it. 540.
I'm sure
541.
Migration's gonna go find it.
Okay.
Just before I swap you, Migration, show us your
and
bandofles.
then Dagosha Beinda.
Let's see those bandofles before we go. Nice. You're modeling it well, bro.
last time we had the
Grazie.
Adidas ones, I think black and
Proper,
white.
Gabriel.
Quanto Gino che ho pseudo,
Yeah, go on. Find it, Migration.
Another while. Okay.
Fella, you know.
Pente Sarandana and Pente Beninda.
Nagami Googling on Migration. McMart, so how long you been living in Nicosia? In Lefkosia? And by the way, how you finding it in Nicosia? You must be seeing a lot of Turkish Cypriots crossing over.
Hello. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I've been living here for quite a long time. Since my mother has become ill, I took her back from Scotland, and it's okay. It's a good place. We have a house that my mother was born in, and I have a place in the the old town. It's been renovated. I've been here 5 years now, and looking
Have you been
after
to
her.
the north? Have you visited the north?
I go quite often. I have friends in the north. I
What are you
live very
doing for
close.
work in the south, if you don't mind me asking? Because obviously you uprooted your life from the UK, which is commendable because you did it for your mum. But how are you finding it, like work-wise? Did you manage to slot in?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I work in education, so
That's good.
I work in university, so it's fine. You know, it's something that I'm getting myself more involved. Okay, ma non and you know, things are going pretty well. I love the country. I love the weather. It's a bit cold at the moment, but it's starting to get very sunny. The thing that I'm finding a bit strange, all right, is the fact that when you keep on going to the north, all right, all the time, it doesn't look like Cyprus at all. I'm not saying because it's got, you know, that it's Turkey or what we say is Greece or anything, but it's been too heavily influenced. Both sides have been heavily influenced by external forces. All right, I've been to
Can I butt in? Just say what way it doesn't look like Cyprus.
Yeah, can you elaborate?
Okay, I've been to Turkey many times. I've been to Marmaris, I've been to Istanbul, I've been to Izmir, I've been to all places. It looks like Turkey, right? Okay, it looks like Turkey, the infrastructure, everything, all right? It doesn't look like, you feel like you're in another country, okay? I know that things have been different for 50 years.
Where
and that's
do you go
how,
in the north, McMart?
I've been all over the place. I've been to Famagusta. I've been to Apostos Andreas in the north. I've been
It
to
does
Kyrenia.
look different than South Cyprus, but it doesn't look like Turkey at all, to be honest with you.
The only
I'm
difference I would say is there's obviously too many mosques now, if that's what you're referring to.
mosques is not the thing. I think what it is, it's the infrastructure, the buildings. Okay, you've got two different polarized areas. You've got in the south, you've got so many buildings that are designed in a very different way. You go into the north, you see the buildings are very, very, very similar to Turkey. All right, I've been
In
many,
what
No,
way?
many
I
This
don't
is the
think
times.
bit
so.
that
I
I'm
think
mistaken. In what
No,
you
way?
they're
might be
not,
wrong
bro.
there.
Mert, have you been to Turkey?
I've
Of
been
course, I've
loads
been
of
to
times.
Turkey
Yes,
loads of
Okay.
time.
yes.
No, Mert, not
Oh,
not you.
sorry, apologize.
Okay.
All right. So you think the buildings look like Turkey in northern Cyprus? I've not
Yeah,
heard you.
yeah, it does. It looks very similar. I mean, the infrastructure is very, very different. I'm not going to say anything bad, but I will say that it's different in terms of,
Can you give me one area? You said you've been to a lot of places. Now, Nicosia, walled city, or what you call central Nicosia, is exactly the same it was when it was 1960s. Now, if you start going outside, most of the development, it's happened probably 70s, 80s, and it was all Turkish Cypriots. When you go to Kyrenia, it's changed. A lot of it is done by Turkey, but it still looks like a Cyprus to
The
me.
yeah.
old town Famagusta is the same.
Old Town
Old
Family
Town.
was exactly the same in what it was 1960. So can you enlighten us? Where do you think it looks like Turkey?
If you go to Kyrenia, you go over the coastline from Kyrenia. It's all built up now,
Yeah.
Of course,
but it
it's
looks.
built up. So is Cyprus. So the south side.
I know. What I'm trying to say is that it's the buildings, it's the roads.
Are you,
I mean, if you look,
I think
I've travelled down the coast of Italy, and if I told you the buildings look identical to North
okay,
Cyprus, like it was crazy. So maybe it's just like a Mediterranean thing.
okay.
I'm not sure.
I
But
mean, like
on
something very
On
small.
Mac's point, I think I know what he's trying to say. Like, because when I went after, I've not been for a while, and then I went last year. So when you're going from Mausa like towards Karpas side, like you get each section you come to, it's like flat, like buildings and flats and raised buildings, and it's not really Cypriot. Is I think what he's referring to.
Yeah, the building, I don't know, building. I'm not an architect, but the building planning. You got
You're right there,
houses
mate.
and then shops, and then you've got tall buildings. Looks like a council estate in the middle of the road on the road to Famagusta.
No, you're right.
It's sporadic.
Modern day construction can be a little ugly, a little bit sterile.
Yeah.
I think we'll all
Yeah, but
agree with
in the
that.
north, Andy, I think they failed in that sense because they've built like luxury tower, blocks, for example, and then they build another one that's closer to the sea, that's taller than the one that's on the hill.
Yeah.
So that means the one that's on the hill doesn't have a view anymore. So it's
just
very
bad management design.
Yeah, exactly. But
yeah, but they changed that law now. You could build. You're right. I agree with you. You could build anywhere, anytime. It's changed now. They got like Fossil 96, they call it, and
Mark,
they got a planning that you have to follow through. It's not like
I think that's
we
just
see
common.
this in the south as well.
It's just common, mate. I could see the sea from my house in like 2000. I can't see the sea anymore.
I think it's a little bit worse in the north, Mario, because there was a period where they were just building without any sort of regards to these things at all.
And
bad planning laws, basically.
Yeah, should I elaborate on that? I believe what happened back in the I believe I don't like Kenabi said, it doesn't happen anymore. But what used to happen, so the landowners used to do a deal with the construction companies. So they used to give him up the land, obviously based on how much land you give them. They used to put the high rises on, and out of the block, they would give you, I don't know, 3, 4, fucking 5, whatever the deal is that you strike with a construction company. They'll give you that free of charge, and then sell the rest off. Do you see what I mean? So for that reason, they've built a lot of obviously high rise buildings.
I mean, there's buildings everywhere. I mean, there's no doubt about it. There's buildings both sides. You know, it's urban sprawl. It's understandable. But if you got to have you've got to have an infrastructure. I mean, I agree. You know, it's still Cyprus, but it looks like it's a bit of it looks messy, the infrastructure. That's all
Yeah.
I can say.
So imagine,
Don't you
and
think?
that's a country that's under embargo. Imagine there was no embargo.
Yeah.
Don't you think in the south though it's getting a little bit similar though? There's a lot of these sterile, big high rises going up. It's overshadowing the natural, older sort of ancient beauty
Limassol
of
is an example.
the
Yes.
country.
Yeah.
And this is, listen guys, this is even a phenomenon in London. Look how disgusting some parts of London are. You go to Liverpool Street, it's just sky rises everywhere, and it overshadows all the beautiful architecture everywhere. This is just modern day constructions, really just sterile in general.
And I believe on the island that they're gonna put like massive towers, you know, eventually. Whether we'll see it or not in our lifetime is another thing, but I reckon it'll happen. You know, as
It's already
we all
happened.
know,
It's already
Cypriot
started to
here.
happen in Lefkosia. It's still started to happen. You know, they've got loads of high-rise buildings, plans to build really high-rise tower blocks. But both sides, you know, this is the change in times. But
they might be doing it to make us Londoners feel at home. A couple of tower blocks, you know, entice the dysphoria to go back, make it feel like home.
You know, go and live in your estate.
That's it, man. Cyprus needs some council estates, mate. Some 18-floor high rises. You know what I mean? With some dodgy cladding on it.
There is actually, when you pass the crossing point, the Metahan crossing point, and as soon as you come out before the first roundabout, look on your left-hand side. They're council houses. They were selling them.
I think we've got council housing in there. Mario will be able to answer this, but I don't really think we got social housing in the south. I just think that you get money contributed towards your rent, like a DSS over here. I don't really think we got purpose-built social housing.
I didn't even know that they help you with housing on the south.
No, they do. All the refugees got rehoused. Like I know people in my wife's family, a lot of them got housed, and they basically got the flats until the day that they passed. But then it returned to the ROC government. So a lot of the refugees that stayed in Cyprus got housing, permanent housing, till the day that they passed. But it was never theirs to keep. Like, as soon as they passed, the government takes it back.
Yeah, that's what happened. My great nan as well. Yeah, she was in a house that was built. A lot of property was either obviously Turkish Cypriot properties, or it was emergency built sort of properties. And the one she was in was built by the government, so she couldn't keep it afterwards. But
I just want to go back to George again. He said resolution 541. It's got nothing. It doesn't say anything about international law. It's to do with the declaration of Republic of Northern Cyprus.
Okay, I will leave because I have a problem with my eyes tonight, but I will try to read something and I will tell you good night. Resolution 550, fourth paragraph, gravely concerned about the further secessionist
550, 1984, condemn exchange of ambassadors between Turkey and the Turkish Cypriot leadership, declaring secession action illegal. Right? That's changing the ambassadors. That's all. That's resolution 550.
If you let me, okay, yeah, have you finished?
541.
I'm reading. Gravely concerned about the further secessionist acts in the occupied part of the Republic of Cyprus, which are a violation.
You're reading the interpretation, not the actual resolution.
The actual resolution
Greek
downloaded.
Cypriot interpretation.
No, it's not. It's the actual.
There is no UN resolution mentions occupation or what you call it?
Invasion.
I have just read it. Occupied part. Okay. That's it, Okay. Anyway, guys, I have a problem with my eyes. I can't stay with you anymore. Υγεία και τσελέρ, καληνύχτα.
Καληνύχτα ρε Γιώργο.
Καληνύχτα ρε παιδιά, καληνύχτα. Όχι πολλά σουβλάκια απόψε.
Έφα σουβλάκια και εγώ σήμερα. Έφα και βρίστηκα.
Έπρεπε. Μιχάλη, σε Κύπρο ή Αγγλία?
Ευτυχώς να ήμουν στην Κύπρο, είμαι στην Αγγλία.
Okay. Okay, guys, bye.
See you,
Bye,
George.
mate.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night, George. Good night.
Good night.
It was a nice day in London today, though. I was just telling him in Greek that we done a kebab today as well. It was quite nice weather.
I knew you mentioned souvlaki. I heard it there.
Yeah.
We always mention souvlaki.
Nah, my mum made me some souvlaki today, man. Old school, proper, with some chef Dali. Can't go wrong, mate. It was pissing down in the morning.
And I went to the coast for a walk.
Yeah, man.
Chef Dali is banging, bro.
The spring's coming, man. It's coming.
That's it. Oh. Is it been? Well, I'm guessing does the weather change like from blue to grey often, or does it remain blue over there today?
Cyprus.
No, in London. I don't live in London.
London, yeah, no, it was blue. The sky went blue. In the morning, it was pissing down for a couple of hours, and the sun came out, and it was blue. Like you would have thought it was a summer's day. It was up to like 12, 13 degrees down here today. Yeah, it's getting a bit warm.
Yeah, I was at the coast. It was blue, and then it just turned grey, but it didn't rain.
No, they're not giving rain until Thursday, I think.
Yeah, I think it's hit and miss tomorrow. It's saying, but they were saying that we're getting some of this warm air coming in all week now.
Hopefully. Do you know that it's rained every day this year? Every day this year in London, it's rained.
Depressing, isn't it?
It is depressing.
Do you know what, Michael? Like, in some parts of London, you get different weather to other parts. Did you know that?
No, it is. Sometimes I'm working in Camden, and my mate will be in Hertfordshire, and I'll be talking to him on the phone, and he's like, "It's nice weather over here." I'm like, "It's pissing down. I've got the windscreen wipers on full pelt." So yeah, a couple miles down the road in London makes a big difference.
Even like North London, Central London, like can be different. It's quite
North
funny.
London and South London definitely different.
Yeah.
But London's the hottest part of the UK, and that's mainly because it's so built up. It's officially the hottest place in the UK, if you can call anywhere in the UK hot. But let's be honest, the weather's not that bad. It's not been that bad the winter, man. It's been okay.
Yeah, it's not been
our
hot.
summers are getting like crazy here now. Like it's getting really hot. Like last 5 years.
You know what's nice about the British summers compared to Cyprus?
Long days.
Long days, man. Like,
I agree with
10,
you.
11 o'clock at night, it's still... Cyprus, don't matter the time of year. It comes 7:30, 8 o'clock, it's pitch black.
There's only two things I identify British summer, mate: long days and hot pants shorts.
Yeah. What do you mean? I work with Englesi. They wear shorts all year round, man. These guys are nutters, man. They love it, man.
What? Cara, you wear hot
December
pants.
and they're wearing shorts.
Cara, you wear hot pants shorts.
Not me, can I? But my eyesight don't know where to look in the summer.
Oh, okay.
That's how you know you're alive, Kara.
It's because I live outside of London, so it's a bit obviously different.
Where are you, Cara? Birmingham?
No, I'm in like an area called Doncaster, so I'm like
Doncaster. Yeah, I know Doncaster. You acting like it's unheard of. Of course I know Doncaster.
Yeah, I mean
that's up north, isn't it?
Yeah.
Would you wear a hot pants shorts then, Cara?
only for the right nurse.
I'm just asking. That's all.
My rule for shorts in London, it has to be over 21. Over 21 degrees, I pull the shorts out.
Or hot pants shorts.
Hot pants. For you, Ken, I'll put the hot pants shorts on.
Why is it all right for the ladies to wear it, but not the men?
Nah, I got it, man. My job, man, I get hot. 20 degrees in London and you're working is hot. Especially if you're
16 degrees is hot in London, bro. Like you can wear shorts even in 16.
Like I said, 21's my limit. I've got the shorts in the van at all times anyway. As soon as it goes over 21, lunchtime, whatever, I go in the back of the van, strip down my trousers, straight on with the shorts.
What do you do?
I'm a gas engineer.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool.
It's not fun fitting radiators in the summer. You know what I mean?
With the
It's not
shorts.
fun.
Yeah, you definitely need shorts for that, man.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's the summer, you still got to turn them on and check them. You just end up dying of heat, mate.
Yeah, that's it, innit? Like when they done mine, I've moved into a property that was empty for 2 years. Man put it on 30 degrees, like middle of August, and I'm like, "What are you doing?"
You got to check it though, man.
Sure. Yeah, he goes, "I need to make
That's
sure
a
that
pet
it's all
peeve of
working."
mine. I've worked with a lot of firms and a lot of gas engineers. Like they've done the boiler install in the summer and they've never checked the radiators, and then you go back there and there's problems. Like it has to be checked. Like if you fit a radiator, you got to turn it on. You got to check it.
Yeah, he did the same. He went like checked all the pressure valves, made sure that they were all working, and this is the middle of August.
Mark said it's 17 degrees in Cyprus, man. That's a British summer.
Yeah, it is.
Well, let's start pulling out the paddling pool and all that for that type of weather, mate.
It's pretty cold now.
On the night time, it does though, isn't it, Mario? Like daytimes are nice, but night times are cold.
It is cold in the night.
Yeah, I remember like when I
what
came to my
temperature is it at
grandma's
night time?
funeral.
What, 12, 13?
I don't know, but it's cold.
Now is
It's
7.
cold for you. Come live in London again and you won't think it's cold, man.
No, I'm all right, bro. I'm all right. I'm good. I'm all right.
Now is 7 degrees.
Oh well.
Okay. That is quite cold.
7 degrees ain't. Look, the only thing I can explain is it's a different type of cold, if that even makes sense.
I always hear this about Cyprus winters. Apparently the wind's really cold. That's
One time, right? I think about 5-6 years ago, maybe more. I went to Cyprus in February, right? For 1 week, I did not take my jacket off. 1 whole week, day or night.
I went once in May. That's probably the closest to winter I've ever been is May and October. And I went in May and it was quite cold, man.
Our houses are not built for winter as well. You know, it's all like marble.
So marble, yeah. That's it.
You know what the perfect life is, innit? Live a double life, innit? Spend summer in England and winter in Cyprus. That's the perfect life.
Or you just summer it the whole year round. Go Thailand half the year, come back here.
Cyprus in the summer though, in the peak of summer, if you ain't got banging aircon, man, that's unbearable, man.
How you get used to it.
The properties don't have cavity walls. I mean, most of the properties probably don't have that. That's why it's you got problems like with insulation and stuff.
Yeah, man. Like you don't have. I remember when my uncle like refurbed his house. Like they know nothing about plasterboard. I mean, of course they do, but they don't use him.
I use a lot of plasterboard now.
Yeah, I mean they like the old properties. I mean, I love the old properties because they're spacious, but they don't hold heat. But the new ones are good for holding heat, but the walls are bloody rubbish.
That's one of the problems we're having in the heating industry now. There's a big debate about these ground source heat pumps, etc., and they don't really work unless you've got a new build, well insulated house. A ground source heat pump's never going to work.
It's like because it's got to heat through, innit? It's got to heat that and then
it's low heat. So on a ground source heat pump or an air source heat pump, the radiators will be at like 30 degrees and it takes like 2 or 3 days to get up the temperature. So it all works on heat loss. If you've got ain't got a lot of heat loss in your house, then a ground source heat pump will work. But I would say in 80% of the houses in the UK, it's not going to work because you've got too much heat loss in your house. Especially anything built before the 1990s, it's not going to hold the heat.
Yeah.
Michael, you know this heat source here, heat pumps that they put in.
Yeah.
They're not right because any refrigerant won't warm up past about 55 degrees. Whatever you do to it, right? They do stuff. But
the whole point, Ken, if your house is well insulated, you can have the radiators at 30 degrees, 35 degrees, and the house will warm up. But I go to a lot of
You're talking about 200, 300 mil insulation there, and that's not possible.
Yeah, of course. That's what do you mean? They put ground source heat pumps in the air source heat pumps in the Houses of Parliament, and all the MPs complained and they ripped them all out again.
Yeah, they would.
What?
Yeah, did you hear about
money?
Yeah,
these
and
MPs take the bloody piss,
bro. Houses all the time that got talked into getting an air source heat pump or ground source heat pump, and all they do is complain. And what we end up doing, we end up going into their houses, turning the weather compensation off, and letting the immersion do half the job, and it ends up costing them more money in the long run anyway.
Yes, that was the things they were hiding, And on top of that, when you put heat source pump, it won't go 54. You can, if you're clever enough, you can get up to about 60 degree. And it's not good enough because the bacteria won't die until about 70, 75
You know what's on the
degrees.
way up, Ken? And this
Yeah.
is where, like, and I've seen a few of them. Air conditioning that does heating and hot water off an air-to-air heat pump. They're fantastic. Let me tell you something. I've never seen anything heat a room better than basically aircon. Like they're within 2 or 3 minutes, you put an aircon unit on and you put it on heat, and within 2 or 3 minutes, the house is heat. I've never seen anything heat a house better. And
Yeah,
that's
the new gases that they reuse, they're very, very efficient. And it uses very, very little gas as well. And it does a lot of pre-wise, lot of heat and cooling. But the problem is, it's physical. You can see it. You see the air flowing, you hear the noise, and people don't like it.
Right on cue.
Because people don't put the aircon on. They
What's that,
say,
Mario? You just heated up your souvlaki from earlier.
Was that a microwave?
I heard a microwave beep.
No, man, that was the aircon.
I'm putting my heating on.
Oh, you put your heating on? Oh,
Yeah,
you got one of them.
I heard the
Mario.
beep. That's the aircon turn on, fam.
yeah, people they won't put it on because they think it's not efficient enough because you got a fan motor hissing, turning round.
If you just get a latest inverter AC unit, it's more economical.
I try and explain to my customers how it says on the documentation when you buy the aircon how economical it is, right?
Yeah, you see what energy grade it is and the inverter on it.
Well, no, not
getting an
energy.
inverter.
You know, when you're using electricity, there's a basic principle. You know, pi in Greek language, there's a pi.
Yes, 3.14.
3.14. So 1 kilowatt, 1 pi, right? So 1 kilowatt electricity produces 3.4 kilowatt. So if you got 3.4 kilowatt heater, you need 1 kilowatt. You use 1 kilowatt heating, but the aircon is about 300% more efficient, right? You use 7 kilowatt unit and it draws 1 kilowatt, right? But you can't explain that to the customers because when they turn it on, the fan, it runs, and the fan is running like 2.5, 3 watt, a lot less than your light bulb, LED light bulb. But you can't explain to the customers it's efficient because they can hear it.
I love the noise of air. I don't know about you lot, but I love going to sleep in Cyprus with the aircon on. I love that noise, man. I'm a white noise.
That's in the hotel room, yeah?
Yeah, well, anywhere in Cyprus.
If you're paying the bill, you want it.
Yeah.
I put it on sleep.
You obviously set it at a certain temperature, so once it reaches that temperature, it turns off or it goes into low mode. But
what's everyone's ideal temperature? That's a tough one.
There is
21 degrees is the ideal temperature.
I'm at 21 as well.
My house is set up for 21. Yeah.
In the UK, you're just Inglesi. You see, 21 is fucking Arctic. What are you doing to yourself?
What are you on, Mario? 25.
21 degrees. Fucking hell, that's blitz.
Bro, not a lot of places in
24
in the UK can reach
good.
21 degrees.
Right, AA's on 17. Bloody hell, AA. How do you survive that?
You know, last month, right?
18.
I kept my heating at 21.
You're gonna get yourself ill, bro.
My bill came.
It's nice to have the room a bit cooler, though. To be honest,
It depends on your house, Carol. My old house was a new build, and I could
No,
put
this
it
is a new build. It's well insulated.
Yeah, you got like a new, like my old house was 1996 build and it was well insulated. I'd always set it to 21. My new house, I just put all the radiators in the other day. I've been there for a couple of months. Obviously, I'm not living there yet, but I've not seen the temperature go above 17 degrees yet. But obviously, I've not stayed there for an extended period of time to have it on. But it's an old 1930s house. It's bloody free. My mum's house is freezing. I've been here for a couple of months now, and I've not seen the temperature go above 16 degrees on her thermostat. That's how cold the house is. Freezing.
Yeah, no, I set up 21 when my kids are around, but when it's just me, I can leave at 18. But last month I kept it at 21. I've upgraded to the high thermostat, so it kicks in automatically. And fucking my bill was £204 last month, and £124 though that was just gas.
Yeah, I don't leave it on constantly. I'll turn it on just for like an hour at a time. That's more often how I use it. I don't like to leave it on running all day.
No, because they say, don't they? Like it's best leaving it on auto, so it just kicks up.
Do you know what it is?
Yeah, this
It is like I'm going to give you advice that is totally contrary to what they say in heating. I like to turn it up high. Get the house warm, have it on for about an hour, and turn it off. That's how I like to use my heating. Now, that's not how I
That's
should
not a
be
good
advising
advice
anybody.
at all, Michael.
I know.
You shouldn't do a seesaw effect. You should set it up at look. The government advise us at the comfortable temperature in the summer between 19 and 21 degree, and the comfortable temperature in the winter between 19 and 24. So you should find your comfortable temperature. If it's 21, you should just put it 21 and leave it, and the thermostat will keep it at 21.
Yeah, do you know what it is, Ken? When I come in for a long day of work at winter, like I'm so cold when I first come into the house because I've been in cold houses all day. As soon as I fix the boiler, get the heating working, it's time for me to leave. Do you know what I mean? So I just want to warm up as soon as I come home.
If you want quick heat, like what you said earlier on, just put it. I've done that. I've got an aircon in the area that I sit down, and if I come home and it's too cold, I just put the aircon on. Within 2 seconds, it starts warming up.
My plan in my house, Ken, is eventually to try and put as many aircon units in as I can, and then I'll just use the combi boiler for hot water, and that's how I'll lower my bills. And let's say be good to the environment.
If I were you, I would put underfloor heaters.
Underfloor heating, I've seen them go wrong too many times on too many call
Yeah, not many people rate him, to be fair, Calvin.
And they're low temperature. They're 30 degrees. And I'll be honest with you, I walk around my house with my bandoflers anyway. I'm not one of these. I can't walk on a tiled floor barefoot.
Is it the wet systems that you're seeing go wrong, or the electric?
Both. The electric systems, I've seen them go wrong after. The electric systems are sky high. The price of them is sky high. A lot of people I know who've got electric don't even turn them on. But even with wet heating, I look at it like a rich person's thing, because if you get a blockage in the system, don't get me wrong, they don't go wrong in terms of leaks.
I'm talking about the electric system. The water system, the pipes will corrode in no time.
Yes. I've seen many systems where underfloor heating's been leaking, and I've cut off so many rich people's houses I've been to. I've had to cut off their underfloor heating or cap off the manifold so the water can't go down there.
Sorry, are they using PVC or some other material?
I'm not too sure, because I go there to do the repair.
Oh, okay, bro.
I'm not sure. I've never
I'm
installed
asking because I'm renovating a property, so that,
me personally, unless you're rich, I wouldn't advise no one to get underfloor heating. That's just me being honest. And you know what it is? It's like a luxury, so my feet are warm. It's not going to heat up the room, but I know it's only about 30 degrees the heat, because if it went above 30 degrees, it will crack the tile. So just
you know what? Traditionally, everyone likes the wet system, but you know what? The electric ones are so reliable now. If you get it installed properly and you don't mess up any wiring there, I think you'll be fine. We've done an electric one. It's been fine for 6 years.
I was going to do electric. I recommend
it's
electric.
Very comfortable as well.
Is it expensive though, Sof? I've heard what put me off in the end. I was going to do electric. I would have never done a wet, but
depends what you put on top of it, Michael, as well. If you put like 50 mil flooring on top, it's not going to be effective. But if you buy the special flooring that's suited for underfloor heating, it stays warmer.
Yeah.
So do you walk around barefoot?
Socks.
It's so
that's
comfortable.
what I mean. I've got funny feet. I
satisfying.
have my bandoflers on at all times.
Bandoflers outside.
Well, my house slippers. Let's say my house slippers. So I wouldn't feel it anyway. So, and all these rich people's houses where they work, they've put the fear in me. I don't want to do it.
Wet system doesn't make sense anyway, because they are plastic, like Mastercast said.
Maintained. And if you get a block, it's only 8mm pipe work. So if you get a bit of sludge going there and it blocks it up,
it goes wrong when you're installing. You're stepping all over it, you're cracking it. You're pouring cement on top, you're pouring screed. It's not, it's not ideal. Something goes wrong when you're installing. It's not afterwards.
Yeah,
it's just a small problem that builds up.
If you're not, I don't know what sort of wealth level you're at, but if you're just medium, or you've got a normal house, 3-bed or something, I would agree with Sof. Go for electric or. Yeah,
how dare you all talk about heating while I'm not here?
Who got the main guy?
How dare you do that?
You're missing out, bro.
Turning on gas.
You like the wet on the floor gas?
I install them loads of times, man. I install everything in it. We do more installing than anything else. But listen, underfloor heating's great, but it can be a pain in the bum when things go wrong. So it's not a problem for me or Michael or even Kenabi, who deals with a lot of trade stuff like that. But if you're someone that's going to be calling someone in when things go wrong, it can end up hurting you a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Plastic pipes are fine, long as they're laid down, pressure tested, holding at pressure before the screed goes down, and you keep it with pressure in, then the screed goes down, and then the manifold's still holding pressure. you're fine. That thing ain't going nowhere because it's got no joints. It's a complete one piece of pipe all the way through.
I've seen them get blockages though, gas, and you can't flush them. You can't flush that diameter plastic pipe work.
Yeah, well, you say that, but it depends really. I mean, they even fur up inside them as well. You need to treat the system. Do you know what I mean? So,
yeah, of course, man.
But to be honest, the biggest problem I see a lot of people do is when they put it on, they run it in this big squiggle line and think, oh yeah, that's fine. They don't realize that the flow's coming in on one side, the return's going in on the other side, coming out on the other side, and one side of the floor is getting a lot hotter than the other. You've got to run it in a way where the whole floor heats up evenly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Rather than squiggly, I've seen it before once or twice run like all the way to the end and then back again, so it's bigger loops. You see what I mean? Rather than squiggly all the way.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're great. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, there's nothing like walking on a toasty floor. Do you know what I mean? But
have
do
you got it,
really
gas?
need it?
Have you got it in
No,
your gas?
I wouldn't put that in. I'll gut in my
There
house
you
completely.
go, guys. 2 heating
I
engineers.
said that just now to the one. I just said that just now. Like, personally, I wouldn't have it because I don't think it's needed. Do you know what I mean? If you plumbed your
And
house
it's low
right.
heat. Don't you think the fact it's low heat? It's not heating up the room. It's just heating up your bloody feet.
Well,
What
that's
are
the
we
thing.
doing?
The pipe's got to get hot. Then the heat's got to penetrate the screed. Then it's got to penetrate the underlay. Then it's going to penetrate the engineered floor, floating floor, whatever you've got on their tile. And then it's got to heat the room. So
And if they put
potentially,
screeding down as well to level out the floor, they put screeding down.
you
I've
always
seen them put
screed. You always screed on top of a wet underfloor heating system. But you've also got to put
No, but I
kingspan
mean,
down
if
underneath
the
it.
floor's
You
really
know
out,
that?
like one side they've had to go 6-7 mil up on one side to level it out. You ain't
Yeah,
feeling
well,
that for shit.
yeah, to a degree, but you have to remember you've also got to insulate the floor underneath the wet floor.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
if you
got a slab
don't,
as well. Yeah,
the heat will absorb into the floor. The idea is it bounces off the insulation and goes upwards. Do you know what I mean? But the electric floor ain't bad. Like even my business partner, he's just as good as me. He bought a house that's got electric heating. He loves it. He swears by it. He said it's amazing. But again, I've seen some problems with a few of them. And when they go wrong, they can't be repaired. That's it. It's done.
Yeah.
And are the issues with older systems or newer systems or both?
Not cared for systems, I'll put it like that.
Yeah, that's a good answer, Michael. That's a good
There's
answer.
a lot of engineers out there. Listen, there's a lot of people, you know, you're not going to be breaking the law if you don't put inhibitor in on the service, but you should be. You should be protecting the system at all times. Every year, your engineer should be opening up your Magna Cleanse, cleaning it out, and putting inhibitor in. If he's not, then your system over time, you know, you get that black sludge in there. It's maintaining the system as well. Like I've got a customer, she spent all of this money. I've done the boiler for her, I've done a conversion for her, and I changed some of the rads. And I told her, let's change all of the radiators. She didn't want to listen to me. She went and spent like 60k on extension with a kitchen. And now all of them sludge from them old radiators have gone in there and it don't work anymore. And it's only about 4 or 5 years old. And I've told her, you need the power flush, we need to do this, we need to do that. She kept ignoring me. Now she's calling me out. I was like, do you remember when I told you change all the radiators and let's flush the system?
Yeah. And warranty on as well on boilers ain't worth the fucking paper is printed on at the moment either.
I just put in a boiler in my own house. I paid 180 quid extra to have the 10-year warranty, even though I got
Why
half
didn't
the
you
part.
phone me, bruv? I would have got that from you for nothing, bruv.
Is it? Well, my mate's I've got a Valen account. My mate's got he's got a good deal with
I'll get 10 years on the pro, bruv, at no cost.
That's what I put in. I'll be honest with you. I put the Pro 30 in because I don't trust these.
Yeah, I'll get 10 years. I'm the only one in London that's got that right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, I go on Project Storm, innit? They had a Project Storm going. There was 12 of us, 12 teams in London, and they've all pulled out for whatever reasons they're doing. They shut it down, but me and the rep are cool. He's kept me on it. Bit of a kerfuffle to set up every time I do the warranty, but I'm used to it now. But
yeah,
it saves you spending that 180.
They made the new app, innit? They deleted the app and made the
Yeah,
new one.
they got the rewards now, innit? Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I get the 10 on them now. That's why I do right now. I've installed a boiler every day for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah,
literally.
You've
Because
been putting in the. I've been seeing a few problems with the new pluses. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I went for the.
I'm with you on that.
And they've changed the design of it, and I've seen a few problems. The new fault codes that I don't quite know yet. I'm like, brother, I'm sticking with the old one.
Yeah, but you know what?
Kilowatt combi I could get in the Pro.
All you need is a nice care plan with Master Gas. Forget your warranty. Yeah, you pay us monthly, we look after it. Offering it to a gas engineer, like you'd ever go for that.
No, you got to, man. You got to, man. You got to look after
Nah,
this.
these warranties are shit, man. Not to take over the live, just you lot talking about it. They're not. I've got Worcester come out, Baxi come out, Ideal come out, and Valent come out, and they're all.
Worcester's the best on warranty.
Nah,
I'd say.
nah, they're not.
They'll work on a dirty system. Valent, they do inhibitor tests straight away if the system's dirty.
So does Baxi, so does Ideal, so does Worcester. They all do it.
But then it depends how much business you're giving them. Because you see, like the companies I work for, Valent would dare do that to them. They would never dare say it's failed on inhibitor, but they do that to smaller companies and smaller.
Look, I do about 150 Valents a year, just Valent, yeah. And I've got, like I said, a specific contract, and they'll still do it because it's the engineer. It's not them. It's the engineer. Like it'll come out, and it's just he doesn't want to do the job. Do you know what I mean? And then he'll pull out whatever he can to get out of it. And all of them are doing it right now. So just anyone who's getting a new boiler, just let you all know, warranty is great, but just know that sometimes they're not worth the paper they're printed on. Sometimes they just you have to fight them a little bit. So that's why you got to make sure you got a good installer who's got a good connect with them. Because I fight tooth and nail for my customers, and I get it back on. I get it reinstated again. Do you know what I mean? They'll come out and say you blacklist you, and then I have to pull them back on again.
So sorry to butt in, but can we get back to Cyprus problem?
No, Master Gas is our sponsor, bro. He's
That's it.
We're hearing from our sponsor.
I'm sponsoring heat to all of Cyprus. Yeah.
No,
I'm connected to the gas pipeline.
You want your boiler service properly, contact Master Gas.
Nah, you can contact Michael, guys. Michael's the man, bro. Contact him up.
How about you lot collaborate? There you go.
Do you know what? I've been thinking about it recently. You know, I actually need these geezers, and I need your number, Mike. You have to spin that over to me eventually because there's bits and bobs coming up, and I need to lean into someone to offer. Like you either want it or you don't.
Yeah, definitely. Come next week, but I'll be honest with you, I'm balls deep in this house renovation right now. So.
Just on that note, you done well, by the way. When you said that 1930s house, I find them to be the best, bruv. Last thing I was going to say away from Cyprus, guys, but that's a good point. Anyway,
all right, go on.
I'll let you lot crack on. I only come up for that. How dare you talk about gas without me? I'm out of it.
Where is Alex?
Gas, we should do a live. You should do one day. We talk about.
I know. I keep saying it, but all we'd end up getting is all the Cypriots come in, change it. Do you know what I mean?
Man. How much can we talk about Cyprus now? Let's be honest. We don't come just to talk about Cyprus, man. Let's be honest, man. We spoke about it, man, for 1,000 hours. What's an abu, man?
It's at least 1,000 hours, Michael. Honestly, it's like 2-3 hours.
What else there to
a
say?
day.
Do you know what? I find it fascinating. I mean, you lot know I'm just as big a player in this Cyprus conversation as anyone, and I just find it. I struggle to find out what people's motives are. I know what mine are, but I don't know what people's motives are in these lives. Like for me,
who you still not sure about?
No. For me, when I say motives, I don't mean like someone's got a negative agenda. I mean, what's their motive for engaging with the conversation? So for me, I like to see what my counterpart, i.e. I'm Turkish Cypriot, right? So Michael's Greek Cypriot. And I like to see how a Greek Cypriot sees a Turkish Cypriot and how he sees a solution look and how he sees, and I'm not sorry, Michael, I just use you as an example, but you know what I mean? How that person looks at the coming together and if it's possible. And then it helps me to formulate well, I think that solution's even viable or doable, given that we are the boots on the ground, guys. I mean, I know we're a lot of British Cypriots here in the diaspora, but, you know, we're the boots on the ground, and we're the ones that see whether we can or can't get along. And if we're not getting along on some real trivial stuff on a TikTok live, I think that sort of answers a lot of questions about living together on the ground.
But Ed, you're a smart guy, man. You must have done some analysis over the last year and a half. What's your how's it looking?
Analysis.
I originally was a two-stater because I didn't think anyone would ever live together peacefully. It's not my two-state ideology was never based on racism. God's honest, hand on heart. It was just that I think there'll be a lot of civil unrest. Then I learned about the BBF a couple of years back. You know, these lives are phenomenal for that. So that's another reason why people might come on to learn more, because I've learned a lot. BBF was explained to me. Took me a little while to absorb it. Still haven't really got an understanding of the exact way a BBF looks, because I think what I've learned from this, and I think you'll all agree, there's variations to what a BBF looks like. Okay.
Yeah. None of us know what it looks like because it hasn't really even been agreed yet. So
exactly, let alone a roadmap to it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then you've got that element. And then when I got to that, I was thinking, you know what? I can get down with that. It looks like there's hope for everyone to live together peacefully, because that's what it matters, right? And then when the lives go as they do and certain geopolitics happen, you know, Turkey might act up, Greece and ROC act up, all of a sudden, you know, a couple lives here, a couple lives there, everyone's hatred starts to show, and I'm like, nah, this ain't gonna work again. And I go right back to thinking we're better off with the status quo. Yeah. Now, you know, anyone could judge that as they will. It's not coming from a place of hatred, it's coming from a place of maintaining the peace. So I don't know. If the question is, what's my analysis of others? I don't know. I can point to a few of you and say what I think you lot kind of want, and I can see why. But one thing I can tell you is this: every single Greek Cypriot, Turkish Cypriot who speaks with truth. No one's actually chatting lies. Well, I don't say no one. There's a couple on here that's got an agenda just to disrupt the flow. But other than that, everyone's got a truthful point. But how can two people come from a place of truth and yet disagree all the time?
Well said, man.
And that's the worry for me.
Spirit, yeah, well said. I agree. Alex, well said.
I would say, I don't think Cyprus are just Turkish Cyprus and Greek Cyprus argue with each other. I think it's just an inherent thing that we do, because we will argue amongst ourselves, amongst our families. There's fucking families who don't speak to each other over a fucking little field in the middle of the corner, for fuck's sake. And this is like just an inbuilt thing that needs to be rid of.
Yeah.
It's like a stubbornness, ego. I don't know what to put my hand on it.
Yeah. I agree. I mean,
Cypriot stubbornness.
Oh, yeah, the one. Go on.
No, I was just saying Cypriot stubbornness.
Yeah. See, the one.
Yeah,
I'm quite curious about the one. Like, what is your? Because sometimes I get mixed. What's the word I'm looking for? Mixed answers from you. I'm not sure kind of what it is you look for. I think you're more for unification, right, than anything else. Am I wrong?
I think BBF is a good solution because it essentially provides more security. It unifies to a certain degree and also gives autonomy to a certain degree.
Yeah.
So it kind of covers a lot of areas and ticks a lot of boxes.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing for me at the moment is just really trying to understand how the security bit would look. Like McMark, what you said earlier, like a lot of your points made sense, but I think from a security perspective, maybe you might have to keep a couple of thousand troops. If we have guarantors, for example, like under a BBF, let's say there are guarantors, Turkey and Greece, then maybe 2,000 each on each side or something like that. But that's another conversation. Sorry, Master Guest, but essentially, I think BBF is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
You see, even like for me on the troop side of things, I mean, even if they're reduced it to 1,000, you know, it's the fact that they want, the ROC is proposing that they should lift Turkey's guarantor powers. Like, what's all that about?
So how about this, Cara? Reduce it to.
It screams to me that what is the agenda behind it?
Reduce it to 1,000 and then subtract 100 every year. How about that one?
I mean, like I said, the military point to me, I mean, they can have as small as 200 on the island for me, but why is the ROC trying to push for the
the Annan plan? If it went through, it would have been probably zero by now, about 550. Let's just say. So if that went through in 2004, at this point,
it's not true. Well, I researched it. Not to put you down. I thought the same as you, and it came up in a live the other day, and I went into deep research. And actually, it was Ken Abbey that put me onto it. It was the first versions that was in there, but in the final version, there was no reduction of troops.
Okay.
I never knew that myself, bro. I'm not pegging you down on that.
That's what I read. So that's what.
But guys, can you lot help the Greek Cypriots understand why it is that you want the Turkish troops so badly? Because I'm trying to understand as well what would
It's
happen? Like
security,
what?
bro.
But,
I mean, it doesn't
but
even
for
have
what?
to be
So,
Turkey.
but for what?
It's
So are
just
you saying that if there's another invasion or if there's an OSIS
No, you
part
have to
two, what?
remember we're outnumbered. Yeah.
So
But
before
we've
you
got
go any
police.
further,
We've got. I
can
mean,
I,
what
can I,
would the army do really? What would the army do?
We had them before.
can I
But
point out
would,
something to you
yeah,
guys?
tell me if you think the army would actually get involved in a, let's say, a domestic or a social dispute or
No, you won't get
something
involved.
like.
But the
Well,
problem
let's-
is, you get rid of the Turkish army from Cyprus, you have to talk to Turkey. It's got nothing to do with Turkish Cypriots. That's a fact, right? They're guarantor for Republic of Cyprus, not
I
TRO.
get that it feels good to have security from the troops, but I
Nothing
just
to
don't
do with
understand what they
security,
would do though.
so
What would they do?
it's up to Turkey to pull themselves out. It's not. We can't do nothing about it.
So it's
We
not
can
about security.
beg them to leave.
so
They won't.
if let's say if it wasn't Turkey there, like let's say if there's some kind of united security force, that's like connected to
they're
the
already
UN
there.
or something along them lines. An independent security force, let's just say. I think it just gives people a bit more, makes them feel a bit more relaxed, I guess.
Go on,
Do you know
sorry.
what I mean? Because obviously everyone's gone through a lot of trauma, like back then. Not us, but the older lot. And that's kind of...
Don't troops get involved if there's a war? Like, you wouldn't see
but
troops.
that's what I was gonna say, Sof. Right?
Yeah.
So imagine it like this, yeah. Turkish troops go, okay, and they get through the kerfuffle of figuring out who can stay and who can't stay because of all that other bullshit that needs to get worked out. Who's a settler, who's not, and all that madness. But let's say you get through all that. It's not our government that will be in charge or running things. It's the ROC, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's effectively you're not joining us, we're joining you.
Yeah.
So now imagine me and you, Greek Cypriot, Turkish Cypriot, walking down the road. We have a fight over something stupid. The propaganda machine kicks in. Oh, they've started again. The Turks have done this. The Greeks have done this. Yeah. And it wasn't nothing to do with that, which all of a sudden rattles the cage of the ignorant. And now they get a little following. You've already got, we've got our own nationalists. The GCs have got their own. I mean, Elam's a nationalist, right, to a degree. So imagine you get these little parties, right? Everyone's got it. England's got it with the EDL. Everyone's got one. All of a sudden you get a gathering. All of a sudden you have a little riot, a little tiny one. And then something happens. Yeah? And then people start going into mad wars. Now all of a sudden, but let me just land this one point. Sorry, I get it. Now that happens. Where does the protection come from? From a smaller community that's decided to join the larger community, okay, in fear that your levels of security, i.e. the police and any sort of personnel like that, is Greek Cypriot. It's quite worrying. Does that make sense?
I get where you're coming from, Ed, but let's say the worst happens, what you're saying, the worst happens. How do we... what are the troops going to do exactly? Just get involved and then what? Like go to war because of a small uprising? Or
no? See, you've gone from the first initial thing, and then taking it to war.
I think it's because we naturally associate troops with war. I think that's what it is.
Not really.
Because you'd go to the police, right?
Martial law doesn't mean war, does it? Martial law doesn't mean war. Martial law means the police can't handle the given scenario. Troops come in to aid.
So do we not think police can handle these situations, not the armies?
Yes, but again, your question was, why is it you think you need the troops?
Yeah.
Okay. If you come up with an alternative, what about if you had Turkish Cypriot police, with the same armings and stuff like that the Greek Cypriot police would have? That'd be a fair argument to have.
Are the TCs not armed, by the way? Just so I know, side question.
No, I'm not too. Well, yeah, of course they are. But
armed,
but the argument is you're going to diminish our numbers when you start talking about settlers. Do you see what I mean? So we don't know what that looks like once you're done with us and what you deem as fair and square. Yeah? I think, I've got to be honest, I think it's quite noble that Turkish Cypriots even consider it. Yeah? I'm going to be really honest, but I've never heard a Turkish Cypriot say they want annexation. Just like I've never heard a Greek Cypriot say, no, man, you lot live over there in peace. Like, get rid of Turkey and you lot can have that side. I've never heard that either. It's always been, leave it as it is or join the ROC. And fair enough from a ROC perspective, but from a TC perspective, it doesn't really you know, it seems a little bit unfair, because if we're going to look at examples of the past, okay, you're looking at, we done this. We went down
Yeah,
this
but
road.
Master Gas, are you talking about a unification model? Because BBF wouldn't work like that.
No, agreed. But then if you have a BBF, yeah, so, and then let's say loads of Greek Cypriots decided to just pummel over and start
No, but then
reclaiming
you
stuff.
have a
Where's the
federal.
protection?
You'll have a federal police force that's a mix.
Greek and Turkish.
Essentially, yeah, it will be a mix. So the federal is the federal, like the US, for example.
Mm-hmm. Well, look, like I said, that can be spoke about. Like I said, that's a fair discussion. But he asked, why do you need the troops? At the moment, that's all they know, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bring up an alternative, then fair enough. Do you know what I mean? I'll shut my mouth.
I think it's more of a deterrent. No, I'm not saying there's anything
I
wrong.
didn't say
We're
you
just
said
talking.
that. I'm just saying it out loud. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
I'm
just saying we're just talking. That's all.
So my arguments to this point would be, right, put the troops to one side. Why is ROC pushing for Turkey's guaranteed powers to be revoked?
Every country is built on guaranteed powers. Come on, bro.
No, I get you, Michael, right? But
what about if we said to Turkey, we're going to make America a guarantor power for Turkey? Come on, bro. You're having a laugh. We're an independent republic.
Yeah, but history tells us different, Michael.
Well, this is exactly what I'm trying to say. You know, we've not even gone back that far. Do you know what I mean?
But I also think, Kara, Greek Cypriots, we find it hard to understand your side, because we would happily remove the Greek guarantors, the Greece guarantors, and we just don't understand why you wouldn't want to move the Turkish ones.
A couple of years
But
ago,
due respect, how many times
Greece has formally retracted their guarantor power of Cyprus. They done it a couple of years ago, formally.
Michael, because they knew that they can't intervene with Turkey. I'm sorry, but that's fact. Like they can't. And I'm not bigging Turkey up here. This is why I'm saying.
Greece and Turkey were equal.
They're not intervening militarily, but they are still intervening in Cyprus. But they're not intervening militarily, and never will.
Right, like my argument would be, you see what I see, right? The long game. Like, this is my personal opinion. I watched something in history, something on YouTube about some war that happened in 1800s, whatever it was, and it just sort of like almost like a flashback to my head. I thought, I wonder if this is similar what the ROC is trying to do. Basically, you know, like how we're doing these panels right now. And look, you've got maybe, if you had 2-3 people who lived from that era are rejecting this proposal, right? But let's put them in 30% bracket, and 70% was the BBF or to join with the ROC. Another 10 years, sorry, Kenan, but this is no disrespect, right? When these older generations pass away, right? Those individuals who pass away, who's lived through that era, the new generation who's grew, I don't know, outside the island or whatever, they're not going to care. They're going to say, we don't give a shit. We just want peace, or we just want to live together, or we just want one island. So they're going to give in to the ROC's demands. Do you see what I'm saying? This is what I see the long game.
But let's talk
the long
one
way.
say we do a do you ever see there being a military intervention or anything like that? And so let's be honest. Like, if we unite in modern day with the United Nations there as us as part of the EU, like, if you lot wanted to call it whatever you wanted to call it, the attack on the Turkish Cypriots of the 60s, do you guys honestly see that happen again? Do you see that? Be honest.
I do.
Oh, come on, Ken.
Well, what are you doing deal with Israelis then?
Why did Turkey do deals with it? Israel and Turkey were best friends up until about 2 years ago.
That's no excuse. We're talking about you.
Let's not go
Why is your president?
Do a deal with
why is your president? You saying it's okay? Why is your president going to Israel and shaking hands with the war criminal?
Turkey? If Erdogan really wanted to, he would say they're closing this pipeline down, but he doesn't. He says, "Oh, we can't do anything about it."
You know, prevention is better than the cure. So we're preventing anything happening. Army is staying there. It's not up to us to ask them to go. It's their decision to go. When the time is right, they will go.
We should make a deal. We should say, all right, Turkey can keep their military there and Greece will keep their military there for a certain amount of time. If we reach, I don't know, 10, 15 years into the reunification and nothing's going on, they can both keep
Can I ask Ken a question? Because I totally get Ken's anger towards Israel, but what if Israel tomorrow decided to recognize the TRNC. Would you be angry about that?
I would be pissed
It's
off about that.
unlikely situation.
I would look
No,
for
it's
an agenda
hypothetical,
behind it.
obviously.
It's
I would look for an
hypothetical,
agenda.
but it's you know you can't.
It's thought provoking. It's thought provoking. Would you actually?
What happened?
angry
What
at that?
happened if hypothetical again? What happened if Israel decides to take over South Cyprus? Would you accept Turkey to intervene to stop them?
There's no realism. That's not based in reality at all. That's not even on the.
Not the takeovers. That's something extreme. That if that does
Well, what
happen,
you
then
just
we're
said
talking
is
about
extreme.
regional
What
war.
you just said as well, Sof, with due respect, is extreme.
I don't know. I mean, Israel doesn't seem to have much of a problem with TRNC that I know of. They might have their issues with Turkey, but again, they do business, and they will probably resume business in a couple of years when it all blows over.
But can I just make a point on that then? You know, just going on the regional side of things. This is no secret. About 2 weeks ago, right? There's been some warnings that Cyprus may be a target to Iran if America and our country decides to.
Yeah, I saw that. We've been put on a terrorist list by Iran. Yes.
Yep. So obviously, then obviously the British sent more planes. More troops being deployed into the Middle East. Trump sending more, obviously,
Karen makes a good
aircraft
point.
carriers, right?
Karen-
So what happens at this point if Iran decides to attack the ROC? Then the North is going to get
Can I
affected.
just make one point? You see this what you're talking about, the attack. It's got nothing to do with the ROC. It's to do with the British and their bases.
Yes, but they're right,
You lot
Michael.
also
No,
agree
but Karen
to
This
makes
isn't a new
agree
thing as well,
part of the
though.
ROC.
Karen makes a
You
good
guys don't
point.
get to 1 minute. Let me just say my point.
Go on.
You guys don't get to walk away and wash your hands with the situation and go, for the reason for the threats is because of the British and the Americans there that you lot agreed to as well. Like you've left us with this
Michael,
problem.
I'm not saying that. I don't
It's our
want that to
problem.
happen to Cyprus. I don't want them to attack South because it's still my
I wish
island.
they never
You know
agreed
what I
to the
mean?
bases.
But it is, guys, Cyprus is being trod on by everyone, yeah? It always has been. It is a bastard island. Let's be honest. Every single empire trod on it.
Yeah.
And even today, yeah, they still tread on it subtly. They're still sovereign land.
That's because we're allowing it, Master Gas. The Greek
Well,
Cypriots are allowing it.
I don't think
There's
any-
no.
just
We
Turkish
haven't got
Cypriots
no
haven't got a
American
choice,
bases in
and Greek
North.
Cypriots don't have a
We've got
choice.
no French bases in North. We've got no Indian
Wasn't there an
bases.
American base in the north? Wasn't there an American base in the north a couple of years ago? I remember hearing about it.
No, there wasn't.
No,
there wasn't.
I don't think there was.
No?
I might be wrong. I don't think so. But look, the GCs haven't got a choice, bruv. They haven't got a choice. No one has. And that's the problem. But guess what as well, though, guys? Think of it like this. Say you had a utopia there and you kicked everyone out. You're the runt of the litter. We would be the runt of the litter in this global world. Do you know what I mean? You know, and that's what I'm saying. So,
back to bases, yeah.
Yeah.
Turkey and Greece have got American bases, for God's sake. Like we're moaning about the bases or the Inglesi and this, that. Turkey and America Turkey and Greece have both got American bases, for God's sake.
Yeah, well, that's Turkey. That's Greece. We're not Cyprus.
Do you know what I mean? But they wouldn't dare to attack them because they wouldn't dare to.
No, this is it, Michael. This is exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, that's what Kare's saying though. That is, that's why I kind of said it's a good point you make, because we as a unity, even together, are not big enough to defend ourselves, and then we've got to pick and choose who we have with us in hopes that they defend us. And then all of a sudden, geopolitics changes the tide, and you start siding with the bad guy. Today it's Israel. Tomorrow it could be Turkey, and the year after Greece.
Let me give you. The thing is, though, right? It's just sorry to intervene here, but I understand the whole worry about not having a guarantee, but we've got to learn our lessons that the guarantees that we had in the past used us all as leverage for their own gains as well. And I know that's not going to be nice to hear that from a TC perspective, but we can't have guarantors that are going to take advantage of us as well, though.
That's
this is a big
not
problem.
always true, Andy.
But I think he's right, though, Kara. I think he's got a point. Because
I know the Turkish army is a very sensitive subject for a lot of TCs, right? And some of you might be indifferent with it or agree or disagree, but ultimately, the passage of time has shown it's not really for your ends. Do you know?
Right.
There needs to be a bit of acknowledgement.
Let me counter that.
I wouldn't want the Turkish army there either if I was GC. You know that, innit? I think that's a fair point to say as a TC, right? Wouldn't you, Kara? If you was a GC,
I want to make it right to Andy on a point. I know you're saying we're sensitive because it's a TC situation. I don't look at it as a TC situation. I look at it as a global power situation. Easiest example: when Turkey's in NATO, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Turkey's in NATO. When they shot down the 2 Russian jets, what did NATO members do? Tell me that.
Bro, we don't
Well,
know
they
anything.
did.
Right,
What did they do?
most, I'll say 80% of NATO members have all removed their air defense system from Turkey's borders if Russia intervened. There was only Italy left a few, and Spain backed them up 100%. And Turkey, obviously, I mean, luckily Russians didn't, intervene. They've discussed it and sorted out politically. But my point is, Turkey, for protecting its borders, shot down a Russian jet, right? And then NATO fucking left him, right? But Turkey was powerful enough to pull that off. Do you see what I mean with Russia? Now you're saying that Turkey doesn't have that leverage and it's taken when the shit hits the fan, people do walk away from Turkey. Turkey's only got himself to defend.
And they will walk away from
that's
PCs as well.
That's Turkey's national security though, not the ROC's.
I'm not. Well, what's going to happen if these countries starts impacting the island, the south, and then obviously all these mass migration and again maybe relocation
But obviously, Kara, I think we've got to try and appreciate though. In 74, they didn't exactly come as an exemplar of the treaty guarantee, and this is the worry for the GCs because they really come on shoddy foundations. What they did, I'm not going to get into it all and start going backwards with it all, but what they did in the island wasn't an example of upholding national security for the country, constitution, order. It wasn't. They created their own state, and that's a fact. We can't, overlook that. So
maybe the case, but
it's unrealistic that RC is ever going to accept a country that has violated its constitution and its sovereignty still does to this day.
The bigger question
we've got to look at it from this point of view.
Forget the armies for a minute, yeah. Can Greek Cypriots, power share with Turkish Cypriots, and can Turkish Cypriots power share with Greek Cypriots? Because at the moment, after 50 years, Greek Cypriots feel very Greek Cypriot, and that a lot of people don't align with Greece, and they see themselves wholeheartedly as a Cypriot identity. And after 50 years, Turkish Cypriots see themselves very heavily aligned with Turkey, given that they prop us up and keep us where we're at, as well as being of the identity of Turkish Cypriot. Now, how do you go from that to seeing each other as identically the same and not worrying about who manages the power?
So, Master, just to make a point of what you said there, Turkish Cypriots, not all, I'm just saying, not all, but Turkish Cypriots see it as that they don't see themselves as maybe Cypriot and they're being overwhelmed by settlers, all this. This is exactly the type of thing that the ROC is trying to avoid, having leverage over them, someone else.
No, but that wasn't what I said. I didn't see it as the settlers. I said it like, you have to remember they're not recognized. So they're starting to lean into saying, well, we're Turks of Cyprus. That's kind of how they identify.
Once you do legitimize a Turkish military presence there properly, because it's not just going to be a military presence, it's going to be lots of political cooperation and protocol they're going to be forced into following. You give that country leverage over you. Turkey has leverage over the north of Cyprus, so they can do whatever the fuck they like. Yes. I don't want to be horrible here, but it's the truth.
I get it.
And that's exactly what, as an independent state, that's what we need to try and avoid. So we have got our own civic identity, our own culture.
Turkey hasn't got no say in South, so I don't know what you're on about.
Because it's unrecognised it. But once it does recognise it, things could change.
Andy, I've got another question. Like Jalla said, if Turkey's all big and powerful, shouldn't we, the Greek Cypriots, be the ones that are worried about our security?
I said that though. I said if I was a Greek Cypriot, I wouldn't want the Turkish troops there. I'm being honest. I'm not going to sit here and be a wanker about it. Like, I wouldn't. Just like, imagine if all of the EU kicks the ROC out and all the bases remove themselves. I don't know, something silly happens one day and everyone comes out of it. How isolated would they feel as the ROC feel? And that'd be even worse. Do you know what I mean?
I think it's threatening enough to have Turkey so close to Cyprus.
But how do you build? I'm sitting here asking myself, how do I build trust for GCs to live with us? Just like how you must sit there and think, how do you build trust for TCs to live with you?
I think, like I've said before as well, Ed, on many lives, I think we would get trust if Erdogan, big mighty Erdogan, first of all recognizes the ROC, right? It's a very simple thing to do,
It's not simple.
and starts talking and negotiating
It's
with
not
the
simple.
TRNC.
The minute
Why
he
is it not simple?
recognized the Republic of Cyprus, the Turkish Cypriot lost all their rights. Simple
But
as
do you see how Turkey is this big, mighty, powerful leader in the region?
the words
and
doesn't
we
mean
are
anything.
tiny.
So
we're tiny
you
Cyprus.
can call Turk big, mighty Cyprus. On the other hand, you isolated us for 50 years, this tiny little Cyprus, so to speak.
Allahu Akbar. Khomeini Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Oh my God.
Yeah. You can't have an argument.
Quick question. How would you feel, or how do you think GCs would feel if we said, look, man, we want no outside parties, forget guarantors, no one. We don't want to be part of the EU. We don't want any, it's a mad question, right? But, you know, imagine that's because after 50 years, the GCs have heavily relied on the allies that they have within the region and around the world. And imagine just as we've heavily relied on Turkey, yeah? So we have to cut our umbilical cord as far as the GCs are concerned. Fair enough. I understand why they say that. And I'd hope to think that they would think it would be how tough it would be. Imagine if we was to ask the same with GC, say, look, cut the umbilical cord, let that go, yeah? And let us all just work this out together. No one, no bases, no one, no free entry to anyone, yeah, whatever, you know, all of your settlers must go too. Like everyone must go. Imagine if it was that. It's not easy. Like you have to work through this. This is if it's 12 steps into the jungle, bro, it's 12 steps out of the jungle. Like, I'm not saying it's another 50 years, but there's time building measures.
There's no political utopia here, Master, but we've got to have Cyprus.
Can I just say something on what Masagas just said?
Go on, man.
If we're asking the Turkish Cypriots to cut the umbilical cord from Turkey and vice versa for Greeks, what benefit what benefit would either side have to advance as a unified Cyprus or a BBF?
The only benefit is to be together again. That's the only benefit.
Yeah, and then what? Go back 50 years.
And that's that's what Turkish Cypriots are saying now, Andreas. You're asking us to go back 50 years or live under your shadow.
No, because you would be embracing what Cyprus is, how Cyprus is advancing, because you'd be benefiting from it as well.
No, but you see that you're going on like there's no advancements from our side, yeah. So
only through Turkey.
Yes, but yours is through the EU. But what makes the EU the correct decision? Because it's morally recognised by the masses and the powerful.
Well,
yes.
If there was a BBF anyway, I mean, Turkey would probably be in a better situation with geopolitics. So we'd probably be trading with Turkey as well as the EU.
No, and that would be the greatest solution. But I just wanted to point out there, Andres, I know it's a ludicrous statement that I've made, but let's be honest. After 2 years on 2 years on these lives, every comment we make is lunacy until we get somewhere. But do you understand what point I'm making? Is I'm trying to
I understand completely what you're saying, but it wouldn't be fair on either side. Do
you know what I mean?
It wouldn't be fair on either side losing part of what they already have.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Andreas, do you not think as a country, as an independent country, we would have the ability to make these international deals anyway? Just like the UK does now. They're not part of Europe, but they're still making these trade deals. And from a security point of view, we won't be a target anymore because, you know, Cyprus doesn't really have that many beefs in the area, let's be honest. We don't really have problems with anyone.
But they've got resources.
Yeah. We can just protect our resources as a sovereign.
At the moment. They're all running all over the show. Look how they wanted to do the Greek part, not Greek part.
To be honest with you, we'd love nothing more not to have any beef with Turkey as well.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? Christodoulidis himself said that he would love to have Turkey as an ally. Not long ago.
I think in the perfect world,
he doesn't act on it.
I think in the perfect world, Greece and Turkey should just like basically call it a day and just like have an alliance almost, because they are in NATO. The people get on. It's just politicians that cause rhetoric, but they need to put an end to that. And with that, Cyprus would be solved as well. So then, essentially, Greece and Turkey get on. We can have lower troop numbers or a fraction of them in Cyprus for X amount of years, and then if things have settled, let's say 10 years later or 15 years later, and there's no issues, then talk about reducing even further. Like you got to kind of hit a middle ground before you hit the final destination. You see what I
Greeks
mean? The
and
final
Turks
result.
should do army together if that was ever the case. That is one prominent.
That's the federal bit.
That is one prominent confidence building measure there and then.
The best confidence building measure is for education to start from the schools.
That as well, for
I
sure.
agree with you there, Andreas. We need an
Yeah.
attitude change.
Exactly.
Both sides, Turkish and Greek Cypriot.
Exactly.
Greece and Turkey. We need an attitude change. That's all we need, right?
Yeah.
As simple as that.
We need to see it from each other's perspectives as well. This is it. I mean, you know, you just know, innit? When you deal with someone vulnerable, you're a bit careful with how you approach them. And you have to think that this island, you know, with that much change just being asked in order to join, both sides, you know, people, it becomes a bit vulnerable, don't it? But it's like, it's the haters that jump in on these lives and who are in control out here and start to say, well, you should do this because of this. And it's like, well, you ain't recognizing no vulnerability here.
But a federal solution would require an army, right? And it would be a mixture of both states.
That's a non-starter. I wouldn't go there.
Well, no, that is the design of it. What do you mean? That's a non-starter. That's what having a BBF. That is what a BBF is. It has a federal government, and the federal government would have its own army.
Yeah.
And its own police force.
Later
right?
police force, yeah. Army, no.
Well,
we would need
right
one.
army, no.
Ken. Like we would need one, though. I mean, how do you defend yourself?
How can you not have an army, dude? Come on.
Country needs a standing army. You do know that
Romania doesn't have an army.
Once you ask Turkey to leave,
fundamental reasons why now.
Ask Turkey to leave Cyprus, where's your army?
Within the community.
We've got the Cyprus National Guard, Ken. They'll be integrated together.
We know. I don't think it's. I don't think we're there yet.
Asking for recipe for disaster.
I really don't think we're there yet. I agree with Ken.
But I'm not sure why it'd be disaster if we're going to unite together. It'll take time to work, but that's
and at this early stage, we'll have Turkey coming back again as a guarantor. Something is bound to happen.
Yeah. Well, what happens if we join and then, you know, Israel and Iran go at it? Yeah, Turkey's gone, Greece is gone, UK's gone, America's gone, India's gone, everyone's gone. Yeah, and they go at it, and you know, bombs are flying left, right, and centre. Yeah, who? Where's our protection?
You don't have a protection.
That's what I'm saying.
Unless a newly formed federation goes into NATO.
But do you trust NATO?
NATO is not a guarantee neither.
But Master, small states unfortunately do have small armies as well.
Yeah,
I know it might not be as glorious as Greece or Turkey.
Andy, you keep saying about army. Who'll be running the army?
The Greek and the Turkish generals, the Cypriot generals will be.
It's a federal solution, Ken.
I thought we were talking about a later date, though, guys. I didn't think we were talking about instantly. I thought that I'm talking about in 100 years from now how Cyprus would look. I mean, tomorrow there's no chance. I mean, come on, like guys, we can't even. We're still having arguments about the 18% when it all happened and the land's has been this and that, and we're having all these arguments. Like there's. Army is probably the last thing on the agenda to talk about, and the people's umbilical cords as well. I mean, there's too much to unpack. But that's why, for me, it's the systemic racism that needs to be addressed. Yeah, from both sides. I mean, look, let's be honest. Turks don't hate Greeks. Greeks don't hate Turks. It's the Cypriot Greeks and Turks that this hatred is sitting on. Do we agree with that?
No, I don't.
You don't?
Do you see the Greek news? Greece's news every day. Turkey this, Turkey that.
Master Gus, their foreign minister is like the most racist guy that I know towards the Turks.
So why do so many Greeks go to Turkey every year and vice versa?
Well, that's just a holiday, Master Gus.
That's
It
what I was
comes to
saying
your
earlier,
earlier
bro.
example with
Okay, but ask,
people
ask,
get along.
ask the Greek Cypriots here how many of them have been to Turkey, and they'll probably tell you no. It's a different scenario.
No, you don't read the news, are you? You don't.
I do, Abby. But what I'm saying is, I think it's deeper. Yeah, it's much deeper than how Cyprus have it. Cyprus is much deeper, sorry, than how they have it.
I don't think so. Did you know? Oh, God, we're going to go around the circle again. It's not that simple. Have a look at it between Turkey and.
I know
Greece.
that the Greek media starts saying that Turkey is threatened to come over and take us and things like that, and certain propaganda news. I've seen it, I've heard it, I've been on these lives just as long as everybody else, and I do my own reading in the background. But I think it's a fair statement I make. I still stand by my statement. I think that there's more systemic racism between a Greek ethnicity and a Turkish ethnicity coming from Cyprus
You're
than
right,
there is
I
from the
agree
two
with you.
mainlands.
I agree with you.
I think it's a fair statement.
But Edis, why can't we make the same deal that Turkey and Greece make? Why can't we make that with ROC? Then Turks and like Greek Cypriots will travel each other country, and people will get to know each other more. There will be less beef, maybe.
Well, Erdogan suggested that, but Christodoulidis is not quite warm towards it.
Or is it Turkey not warm towards it? Because
I don't think it's Turkey. Christodoulidis even, I believe, done an app, even in Greek, to like to see the transparent details of. I can't find the right words to say it now, but this is exactly what Erdogan's trying to do. He's saying that we need to get these cross-borders sorted, integrate the two communities first.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing's happening like that.
You know what's funny, right? I'm on a shared drive, yeah, quite a really large area of drive that I share with my neighbor. Okay, we're not attached; our houses are not attached at all, and there's more than enough space for all of us. But the man just recently passed away, okay, and the son has got the house on the market, and someone else is moving in, and I'm worried. Why? I ask myself, why are you worried for? You got your spaces, be worried about. But what if dicks move in and now they block up the place and now I got to stick it on them, blah, blah, blah. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's just like my neighbor next door. Like, we're talking about, an island's geopolitics as well as all the history that's attached with it. On top of that, all the big, massive guarantors and everybody else. It's like, we can't even understand each other's perspectives.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you're talking about, Mark. What perspective you need to understand? We got isolated for 51 years. We can't turn left. We can't turn right. We got stuck between heart and a rock. And we want to understand something. What do we need to understand?
What's going? Sorry, say that again, because I'm struggling to understand what you mean. What's that?
Well, we got stuck between a rock and a hard place, and people are asking us to turn left, turn right all the time. We can't turn left, we can't turn right, but no one understands that.
Yeah, and that's why I said earlier, I think people should consider it quite lucky and noble and honourable that Turkish Cypriots even look at the idea of sort of joining, because given history and given the current position,
we've been doing that from day one.
Yeah, but given the current position, you're better off just staying as you are, right? But we still entertain this idea with a piece on all, with a piece for all, right? We do that, and then we get into the nitty gritty of it, and then it starts to get bitchy, and everyone starts to argue. That's my point. It's like,
Can I ask a question? Sorry, Edis, I don't know much about Turkish Cypriot passport, but do you get to have like green passport like in Turkey if you work for government, if you're a teacher or doctor or some certain
Ask the question again, John.
Do you get to have a green passport like you do in Turkey for Turkish Cypriots?
I think if someone works in the asker, they can get in and out of places a lot easier. I've seen it firsthand, but that's about it.
What is a green passport?
In Turkey, like if you work for government, like let's say you're a teacher or you're in the parliament.
Yeah, I've seen this before. Yeah, I work in like financials and things, and I found the ones that certain Turkish holders, when they come from Turkey, they get a green passport if they work in diplomatic channels, and they work.
If you do diplomat, it's blue, if you're teacher, doctor, I think
Something
now they're
like
doing
this, yeah.
engineers.
All,
Yeah.
all
They're colour
countries
coded,
have
yeah.
all countries have diplomatic immunity, though, right? And
No, do you
status.
have that for
The
North
North.
Cyprus?
I
Yeah.
don't
Do
know.
you
I
have
don't
that?
know.
I never seen it. Only thing they
I don't
have.
think it would matter because they can't not
No, it
recognized
would
by.
matter.
They're
You know
not.
why?
But they're not recognized by anyone, John. So if they're not recognized by
Oh.
anyone, their
True.
different color thing wouldn't amount to anything anyway. Do you see what I mean?
Makes sense.
Mm.
I was about to suggest if you have that, then you would integrate with each other more. Like you will see each other more, you will get along with each other more. Even like, you know, like how some Greek Cypriots don't want settlers, but you do need them. You need to get along with them because they are there. They're not going to leave.
We got stuck between hard and a rock place. The Greek Cypriots had all the organs of government, 1963, 74, done nothing for Turkish Cypriots. And now Greek Cypriots still have the upper hand and do nothing for the Turkish Cypriots. 51 years we doing nothing together, right? Whatever we do together, it's minimal. We're doing nothing. We got no cooperation, no understanding about anything. We come to no agreement for 50 years, right? So you're going to look at it realistically. And it's not up to Turkish Cypriots. We got nothing to give it to you, right? What are you asking? I don't understand. It's Greek Cypriots has to make the decision. Unless they change their attitude, unless they understand, they lost the war, they're trying to win it politically. That's not going to happen, right? We can't change that. Only Greek Cypriot can change that, right? That's it. And only Greek Cypriot isolates Turkish Cypriots. No one else does. It's all that rubbish about Turkish Cypriot isolate themselves. It's rubbish.
But you know what, as well, to be fair though, Kenabi, yeah, if Turkey's never really been put into a corner to test their motive. So for instance, if the ROC come out tomorrow, and I've said this a few times, they come out tomorrow and said, okay, guys, have your identity, have your recognition, yeah, as the TRNC, here is the rules. You've got until 40 years from now to rejoin and we'll all be one. However that's done, whether it's a new name for the country or joining, whether it's all part of the ROC, wherever it may be. And in that time, you're weaning off of Turkey. We're giving you that recognition and that freedom to make that happen. But the end result has to be that we're all one by this date and we'll get the whole world to sign it. And if you don't do it by this date, you just go straight back into unrecognition and everyone goes back to not recognizing you, right? If they'd done that, yeah, that could actually work. But then what also would happen off the back of that is then you would expose Turkey for if they do have an agenda. Because now Turkey's like going, oh, hold on. We don't like that. We want to stay here. We like the arguments because we're still here. Do you know what I mean? Or they might say, brilliant, fantastic. We're off ski. Yeah. Carry on, guys. Yeah. Make it work. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't think Turkey's ever really been posed or put in that hard position to see what their agenda is. To us, they're saviors. To the GCs, they're invaders. Does that make sense?
It makes sense to me.
Nothing makes sense, to be honest with you.
It doesn't
Well,
make sense.
look, I mean, you got to look at the facts, right? And the facts are that there will be a discussion about BBF. There will be continuing talks based on Crans Montana. So that is the facts, and they're going to look forwards on that. Obviously, it's going to be a bumpy road, but that's the journey that Cyprus is on right now.
So to speak, yeah. And I can guarantee you one thing. I don't talk too much about BBF because our friends in the South won't accept BBF.
Andy, what do you have? Andy, what's your thoughts on that?
Ask the question if they accept BBF. If they put it to vote tomorrow, BBF. If they
But
accept
let's ask people that are from there. So
please do.
Sorry, one.
Hello, guys.
what's your thoughts on BBF? Is that something that the ROC will accept, in your opinion?
I don't think as Greek Cypriots we should accept a two-state solution.
We can't hear you. You might got a bit. Oh, they're gone.
I think they will accept it, just providing there is a realistic deal. I mean, the Annan plan was technically speaking a BBF. solution. So I think they would accept it. But like
So
with all these
what
things,
is
there
the
needs to
realistic?
be
What
a
is the
serious
realistic
deal.
deal, please?
Well, a realistic deal would be looking after the integrity of Cyprus and not other countries. So
Okay.
that's what's got to be realistic. And then it didn't have that at all. It was very biased to Turkey. So that's what I mean. We've got to look at the substance of the actual negotiations, you know, and realise there is a pattern being played here to try and avoid a solution as well. You know,
And then we also have
But
to point
there
out
has to
that.
be a middle ground, right?
Oh
Which
yeah, there has to be
appeases
a middle
everyone.
ground. Yeah.
There has to be a
Oh, of
middle
course
ground.
the one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course there needs to be a middle ground. Yeah. But you know, a lot of the provisions that have been put forward over the years were just completely unrealistic. You know, so
like Papos said, we've been talking about BBF for 51 years. How come it never happened?
So what do you want, Ken? I'm just trying to figure that out. I'm not really sure what you're after.
I'm very simple. I always said that. I want two-state solution, but if my community decides to vote for BBF, I'm all for it. But my way of thinking is what you said earlier on, but not for 40 years. We go our own ways. Everyone live as a good neighbors for carry on living. Maybe 10 years, maybe 15 years down the line, we start getting together because we become friends. We start doing joint things, right, for our island. Right, and maybe 15 years later, we become a Cypriot and we'll earn the right to call ourselves Cypriot. Right, at the moment, we don't have the right to call ourselves Cypriot.
Not on a global stage, but internally we do.
That's how I like. Yeah, that's how I like.
You're the same as me then. Basically.
No, I don't want to go 40 years, 50 years. I
didn't say it was 40 years. I'm just threw out a number, but ideally you're looking at the same thing.
Yeah, but at the moment we should go in a separate way because we've done nothing together, right? We got nothing in common, right? If we're going to a casino or eating in the restaurant, the Turkish side or the Greek side, it doesn't mean that we're doing anything together.
But I don't think any GCs on here expect BBF to be, everything just open back together again straight away. There's definitely a work through period, right? Everyone was knowing that.
And I think
it's phases, right?
Yeah.
If we go our own separate way, start running our own affairs, and then Turkish Cypriots, they're capable people. We can pull in a lot of investment, increase the tourism.
Yeah, but you're talking about something that hasn't been voted for. So the Turkish Cypriots have voted for BBF and a way forward for a type of reunification. So that's the manifesto. That's what's been voted. That's what's happening. It's no point discussing other things. Like, you've got to focus on the track that we're on right now.
I agree with you. But last time in 2017, Crans Montana, the United Nations Secretary Guterres, he said we need a new ideas. And the president at the time, he said, oh, maybe we should go to two-state solution. That's where the two-state solution come into power, right? Greek Cypriots don't accept it now, but we need a new ideas.
But I don't think that should be our priority right now because
we never accepted two-stage solution.
Can you not let that lady speak at the bottom? Sorry, Cypriot. I know you just came in, but she's
Zoe, how old are you?
She's quite soft-voiced.
I'm sorry, I'm 20. I think, as you guys probably know, I'm Greek Cypriot, and a lot of Israeli and
How old are you?
20, she said.
20. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Go on, Zoe.
A lot of Israeli and Russian people have been coming into our country, and the Israeli people, they're dominating the whole the real estate market, and I feel like it's going to come to a point where Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots are going to become a minority in our own country, which is something that I think both of us need to unite together and sort of combat this issue. And I understand that the president of Cyprus is not really acting on this issue, but I think that's the priority right now. And I understand a two-state solution is important, but we need to recognise that this is an issue that needs to be sorted out right now. And if we don't do something about it now, then it's going to be.
So, Zoe, you saying Shalom Brothers a more important issue than the two-state or BBF. Am I correct?
No, yes. I'm saying that Cyprus becoming a minority in our own country is a big issue. That's happened to most European countries, and we can't let that happen to Cyprus.
With due respect, none of the Greek Cypriot on these lives says that. You're the only one that I heard saying it. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying that the Greek Cypriot not mentioned it. They said Shalom Brothers are not a
I think
problem.
McMurt said something along those lines earlier, if I recall.
Who?
Saf?
Yeah, is that for me the one? I think he did. He did say something like that, but I don't remember. I can't
Who said
paraphrase. I
that
don't know what he
earlier
said.
on?
The Scottish Cypriot guy.
Okay.
Zoe, do you live there?
No.
Okay, you live in Britain, yeah, like most of us, yeah.
Yeah, like most of us, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. What do you think that's a big deal? Needs to be sorted out, yeah.
Yeah, I do think that it's an issue.
Yeah.
Especially if they're gonna impose their culture on Greek Cypriot people.
Okay. No, I get you. If that's how you feel. The Turkish Cypriots had the same thing. Oh, she's gone now, so I won't even bother. But
I heard funny enough, my dad was telling me an interesting story. Like one of his friends in the ROC was trying to buy a property, and he went through a Shalom lawyer to secure it, and apparently the Shalom lawyer usurped the property off the guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like so it
money
goes to
talks.
show, exactly, there's corruption even at that level, right? I mean, it's not surprising, but when you hear it happening to someone, it's like it becomes a bit more real. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, do you know what? I think it's a good topic, but I guess it's for the GCs to really look into and address more so than the TCs, because it's out of our hands, right? I mean, they would need to see themselves as protected in a scenario like that. Our GCs getting first dibs on their limited space and properties over anybody from outside, not just the Shalom brothers, but anyone. And then also understanding that there is another bunch of Cypriots on the island that everyone's talking about sort of joining back with again. So, yeah, definitely, it's a topic to be had. I don't know what a TC could do about that, though. I mean, we can't even join up together, let alone sort out each other's sides. I must be really powerful tonight, because when I finish talking, everyone goes silent.
You keep mic dropping.
Sorry, mate. I'm trying to suss out if we have the same issues in the north.
But you know what, Master Gas? Let me reply to you since no one talking to you.
Thank you, Joanne.
Let me talk to you so you're not alone.
Yeah, cheers.
But I do see hypocrisy in Greek Cypriots. No offense to Greek Cypriots, but you guys are very I do read the room and see the hypocrisy, because one minute you saying Turkey is invader, you shut up, you Greek.
Lucky you're in control of the thermostat then, right?
Here we go again.
No. They make deal with invader, and then they go, the I country, Shalom brothers. They are invaders. They go against every single international law you can think of. And they're like, oh yeah, you can come here, you can buy a house, don't worry, we can go your country, you can come to my country, we cool, don't worry. You just can't say, if you don't, there was a thing, if you don't bite, if the snake doesn't bite, what was it? I forgot now what it was called. You can't do that. Then you can't turn around and say Turkey's invader, give my house back, blah blah blah. Well, you can't. You're not an honest person then.
Do you know what it is though, right? Right now, yeah, Mr. Yahoo.com, the Shalom brothers, the I country, they are the dogs of the world right now, and how they're treating, Palestinians and what they're doing, right? What actually really needs to happen is, if everyone in the world was to sanction them up the bum, yeah, like the TRNC is sanctioned, right? If they were to be sanctioned and no one dealt with them, not one way, no how, and that regime was to change and that madness over there would stop, I don't think anyone would have a problem with doing deals with him.
You know what? It's not just the country. It's also the people. People will turn around and say, Mario said here, what has got to do with the people? It has a lot to do with people, because you can't turn around and say, we don't want Turkish, we don't want
No, I
settlers,
get
we
it.
don't want
You're
this.
talking about the hypocrisy of it.
Yes.
I know. I completely understand it. Yeah, I do. But then does that show? I mean, all I was saying then when I made that last statement was that it's not racism. It's more about A, double standards, and B, not sanctioning morality, you know, moral values, right? So, but then coming back to that, and this is a question for the masses, I guess, does it show racism towards
Turks?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
That's a
100%.
question. That's not me putting it out there.
It does show. To be honest, not just Greek Cypriots alone, also Greeks in Greece also, they have this thing against Turks, because they could, you know what, if you can't beat the hand, you must kiss it, right? But they can't kiss the hand.
Can't bite the hand. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you know, bükemediğin eli öpersin. Like if you can't beat the hand, then you have to kiss it.
Bottom line. Yeah.
I don't know how to say that in English. I'm sure it makes no sense in English, but makes sense in Turkish.
yeah. I get it.
Yeah.
You know what? I don't like it either. I would much rather, you know, when GCs come out and say, I hate doing deals with the other country, I would and stand their moral ground and say, but what can I do? That I can accept.
But in all fairness, I don't think the people had a choice about it, right? There was no referendum. It was just something that happened overnight.
You're right.
Not that.
You're right, but then
a lot of GCs aren't happy about.
They are happy. They say we like Israel. Let them come. Let them buy.
They defend it. Is the point?
They
I'm not saying
defend them.
they. Sorry, let me rephrase my words, because not everyone defends it. That's completely right. Yeah, but one point is, those that do defend it, it is quite infuriating, because it's like you didn't have a choice anyway. Yeah, just say you didn't like. Soft asked the question earlier. How would you feel if the I country recognized the TRNC tomorrow? I would fucking hate it. Take it back. I don't want your recognition. Yeah. Why? What does that mean? That I'm recognized by someone who is morally fucked. Yeah. I don't want that recognition. Keep that. Leave it as it is. So I don't want people to defend an alliance with them because it suits them or it is a spit in the face of Turkey. It just shows your real true intentions. I'd rather people say, no, I hate that. Don't want to break bread with the
Can I just ask on that point? What if your government accepted it but not you?
Yes, again, which is exactly what the GC's position is.
Yeah.
That's why GCs, I'd love to hear them say, hate it, don't want anything to do with it. Let that, I wish it weren't the case. What can I do? See that? I shut my mouth. I say, you're right, completely can't do nothing. But, Doff, you've heard it. When someone will come up and defend it and say, this is why it's such a good thing to do. It just it completely overlooks morality.
Yeah, I must have upset some Greek Cypriots when I said lots of people for the alliance between our country, but I rephrase it. I see a lot of people on live and coming and defending it, so
yes,
that speaks volumes for me.
But TikTok doesn't represent the people. Like you're only getting a very small view. Like for example, a lot of the TCs I hear that talk on TikTok don't represent the values of Northern Cyprus.
But what do you do then? What does Greek Cypriots do if they don't
I'm just
want
saying TikTok. Don't take TikTok as a whole view. It's not. It's just like drops.
It's not just TikTok. On the news, I don't see them doing anything against them. Or the sale goes on, the business goes on. They have their own. They set up their own business. They continue. They're growing. I don't see them not getting along together. But to be honest, I did say that to Safa. There is a similar mindset between Jews and Greek Cypriots.
Yes.
Not the criminal wise, but for example, they like, I want my land back. They want their land back. Do you understand? It's the same thing. What else?
Can I just say as well?
It's not as
I can see what Mario said at the bottom. I don't think Janan's I don't know. Let Janan answer that. Are you labelling all Greek Cypriots the same
No.
because of those few? You're not.
No,
right?
not
Yeah, that's
all.
what I'm
I don't know
saying.
why everyone drifting it that way. No.
I know. I didn't think that either. Because this is what I'm saying, though, guys. This is my whole point of being here. I've got no other reason to be here. Yeah, I'm only here because I like to see the views of my counterpart, and that's more important to me than anything else. Because ain't no one on there got a solution that they can uphold or get across the line. It's just I like to see the counterpart's views, and I'm just saying when some people say that it's a good deal and it's great, yeah, that is the negative side of seeing my counterpart's views. And it's quite, an hypocrisy. It is.
Mario said, stop saying Greek Cypriots then. What should I call you? Cypriot? I don't understand. There's a lot of people agreeing to it. I don't know why you guys not seeing it.
He says say certain people, not a community.
The deal with Israel is a loss for Turkey. Turkey could have come in, proposed a solution, and we could have worked together.
We did propose umpteen solution.
No. You proposed? Turkey proposed for in their own terms.
Oh, so what do you want us to do?
There's no
just
middle
say,
ground.
Here, have everything you want, right? And then you're happy with it. Let's go back to 1974, right? And you're happy with it. Yeah, is that what you want? Why don't you come out and say
anything about 1974?
What is it that you want then?
Right
you
now,
propose a solution and you say you don't like it, but then you turn around and say,
in my opinion, the Republic of Cyprus should have a continuation. No BBF, no nothing. But I see the only realistic scenario in this case to be a BBF.
So Republic of Cyprus should have continuation. What sort of continuation? Republic of Cyprus.
One-state solution, Ken.
Which time factor frame that you're after? You need to be a bit more specific.
1960 and onwards. It doesn't matter.
You hijacked the 1960.
No, listen, Ken. It doesn't matter. A one-state solution is my preferred solution, but I only see the only realistic solution right now to be BBF.
Yeah, that's true. What do you think of the alliance with the I country, Cypriot?
That's the only thing we're talking about right now.
Cypriot, what do you think of the deal with the I country?
What do I think of it?
Yeah, your personal feel.
Personally, I'm indifferent. To be honest with you, I would have preferred to have a solution with Turkey than to bring a third party in. What do you want me to say? No,
well, I'm just saying, besides our own internal conflict, this was, I think, what Janan was trying to say. It's like, it hasn't got to involve Turkey. Your morality doesn't have to involve Turkey. Yeah, is the point I'm making. Like, the morality needs to come in and say, these lot are unaliving people for fun.
Remaster guys, Turkey is dealing with Iran right now, right?
Well, again, I'm not really talking about Turkey.
I'm saying, should we? What I'm trying to get to is, should we be the same towards Turkey and Turkey Cypriots because they're dealing with Iran? Shall we say
Iran? Sorry, respect.
Shall we say the same thing about
you think what Turkey is doing to Iran is the same as what the I country is doing to Palestine? Is that what you're saying?
The Iranian government, come on, look what it's doing to their people. Come on.
So they're unaliving them and taking their homes, yeah, and spitting on everyone.
They are unaliving them. I don't know if they're taking their home though.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
a simple question. I asked it the other day to George, and you wouldn't answer me. Are you happy with your president taking a picture with wanted war criminal?
I was in that live. He did answer you.
He was
quite long-winded.
All right, I'm asking you the same question. Would you be happy?
Personally, I'm not happy.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And I think that's beautiful. That's
geopolitically, though, as I explained to Alex the other day, the alliance hasn't just started in 2025. The alliance started from 2011, when the first gas was discovered and was named Aphrodite, whatever. And since then, from 2011, Turkey has been threatening the ROC because of that area there.
Well,
what did you expect, Cyprus?
But the unaliving didn't start in 2011 neither. It started October 7th, right? 2 years ago. Now,
exactly. Okay, but
exactly what happened.
I'm a little bit
carried on.
Like I'm saying, like I said,
criminal.
Yeah, but like I
And
said,
you're happy with it.
like I said, geopolitically, okay, the alliance has not started in 2025. It has started in 2011.
There's no geopolitics in humanity, right? You're making a mistake.
Well, okay, well, Turkey is doing like a 6 billion trade with the Israel. Why haven't
No,
they stopped?
they don't.
Why haven't
They
they
don't.
stopped
They
that?
You know
stopped all
what?
that.
If any deal they did make, they did before, I hate it and detest it and spit
Of
on it.
course they make deals.
Master
So,
Gas,
I know,
Master
but if
Gas,
they, but the point I'm making
Turkey's
is, guys,
exporting kosher food to
Listen,
Israel.
bro, listen,
Greek Cypriots are
I
happy with making
understand
deal with
geopolitics. We
Greek
have to
What do you
Cypriots.
expect?
You need to be honest with
Don't
yourself.
Israelis
You're
buy
happy
land in the
with
north?
deal with
Don't
Israelis
I will
Israelis buy
because
spit
land in
on
the north?
Turkey's
it's
efforts to do
against
deals with
Turkey,
the
and
I
you're happy
country.
about that.
Don't
That's
If
it.
Israelis buy land in the north?
There's no need to go any further than that.
If
You don't want
Cyprus
answer?
was not located where they're located now, and they were located closer to Spain, maybe we would be against it as a country. We're neighbors to them, as we are neighbors to Turkey, as we're neighbors to Saudi Arabia, as we're
So
neighbors
the
to Africa.
humanity has got a distance, yeah? So if you're further away, you're all right with it.
Why are you blaming Cyprus, though? Why are you not blaming the whole of
Well,
the
you're
world?
the one who's.
I am
Actually. If you
Okay,
look at
that's what I'm saying.
I
if
know,
you look at the
but
world,
guys,
Personally, I am not happy with it.
We're talking about individual perspectives. That's all I
Master
was
Gas,
talking about. Yeah, and
the ROC was commended. The ROC was commended for their assistance to the Palestinians. Did you know that?
Shalom Brothers.
They have been used as a country, as a hub, okay, to transport assistance to the Palestinians.
I know you lot took in a load of Israelis when Iran went crazy. I know that much. So and then when you do deals with their oppressors, I don't think you can sit there. And I say this wholeheartedly, bro. I don't think you can sit there with a medal on your chest for assistance to the Palestinians and then do a deal with their oppressor. And I say that. Hold on, I say that from a position of saying I will hate anyone, Turkey included, everyone doing deals with them. It's despicable. They need to be sanctioned, cut off from the world so they can get right. But while they're being enabled, it carries on. Yeah, and this is the point of it. That's why when I ask the question,
do you think a small alliance between Israel and Cyprus will stop them?
that's not the point. No. That doesn't actually come into it.
No,
what comes into it is morality.
But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to say is that we all know who funds them. It's the Americans.
Of course, and
taxes. So
do
unless
we
the
hate
Americans do something, the small alliance doesn't
No,
mean shit.
see what it is. That's like saying I'm only small, yeah. So don't blame me for being a bit of a wanker sometimes when I'm out and about on the street. Like that won't fly. You can't do that. Like I'm not being rude. I forgive me. I want to say forgive me though, Cypriot. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just using my language, but I'm just saying that. Look, bruv, honestly, this is nothing to do with the ROC. It's to do with us on TikTok talking and how we view things, right? Because we Cypriots, yeah, on no matter how we look at it and how we measure it. And we all have to stand together in the face of oppression and the face of disgust and whatever, like you guys will say on Turkey towards you lot and whatever have you, you would want us to understand it, yeah? And I sat here earlier and I said, if I was a Greek Cypriot, completely understand why you wouldn't want the soldiers on the island. Do you know what I mean? And I'm gonna have that rhetoric, but I can't sit there and think it's okay for anyone to do deals with someone like them that are doing what they're doing, which is really, really bad. Now, and it's such an easy thing. I actually half respect you because you're still sitting there saying what you want, because it's very easy to get out of. You could believe that it's okay, and then just come up on it, and for the sake of the everyone on it, just say yeah, it's really, really bad, and then behind the TikTok live go, yeah, but who gives a shit? We're all right with it. So I commend you lot for speaking your truth, but the point stands is that none of us should allow oppression anywhere or do deals with them. No.
To be honest with you, yes, I agree. Am I happy with the deal? No, I'm not.
That's it.
But I have to say something. Janan says, why don't the Cypriots say the same thing about Israel and Turkey? Israel and Turkey, for me, are the same side of the same coin. They both came, they both occupied, and they both settled people there. in my opinion, and I'm trying to be, truthful to you guys. I don't want to be a two-faced guy. That's how I see things. Okay,
I understand
but
that.
do I see that there should be a solution between my Turkish Cypriot brethren? Yes, I agree. That we should live together side by side, not in a two-state solution though. That will still keep the escalation going.
I agree with you. I want Cyprus to be united.
We need to find. Sorry, Jana.
Yes,
We need to
sorry.
find a solution where we both work together under a single sovereign country, not trying to one up each other. If you know what I mean.
I agree. I don't even want BBF. I want one united Cyprus. I want everyone to live together, like happily, without hurting each other, without leave past behind and move on. Everyone move on. Like when we carry on this
single state solution.
Yeah, when we carry on this path, keep bringing up, keep digging it, you're not only hurting yourself, you're hurting future generation. Like, we need to think about future, not just today. We keep talking about past, this happened, that happened. Okay, it happened. A lot of countries went to, a lot of countries, like World War I, World War II, they all recovered. Why can't we recover? Why can't we move on?
See, the problem I see with a two-state solution, I think if there's no other option, then it makes sense to have it. But the reason why it's not a default option in my brain is it will create an arms race. You'll essentially have like two parts of an island that are just heavily fortified, and it's just going to become like who has the better military, and that's not the kind of future you'd want for for future Cypriots. It's better
I think
to.
that's hard to argue with. I think that's a good point. It's hard to argue.
That's my whole point. If you have two states, everyone's gonna try and one up on another.
Yes. It will be an arms race.
But the other point I'm trying to make, which is goes towards a more legal perspective, you are actually endorsing an invasion, an occupation. Sorry, that's my view, and you can disagree with me however you want, but you're endorsing an occupation, and then you can say, oh, this is a different country now. Everyone will start doing this.
Yes, but you say we're endorsing it. How are we endorsing it? Does that mean then you're endorsing the deal with Israel then? Because but TCs don't have a choice on what they endorse.
Completely different, Master Gas.
Why? We don't have a choice
to say you're endorsing someone going to a different country.
Yeah, but how do we stop
part of it and then declaring that part a different country?
I know, but Cypriot, what I'm trying to understand is how can you endorse something that you have no choice over? Endorsing means you're supporting it and making it happen. Like that's not what's happening.
By accepting a separate country within Cyprus, you're endorsing that.
Okay, so
the whole point was for Turkey legally was to keep the territorial integrity of the Republic of Cyprus, which it hasn't done.
Understood, but ultimately there was a lot of shit on that island. That
I agree,
and you know that. We're going to go into it.
I agree, Master Gas.
Yeah,
you're both right.
Right. So this is it. So what I'm saying to you is, right, in order for before we start looking at all of the bigger picture, how do you as a Greek Cypriot and me as a Turkish Cypriot come away from what we've known our whole life? Yeah, I'm 45 this year. How old are you, Cypriot?
30 right now.
30. Okay. So for my whole life and your whole life, you've only known that island as it is, right?
I agree. And,
okay.
And I can come in. I can come in and say, this is Turkey's fault for not actually.
And I can sit here and say this is Greece's junta and Ayoka B's fault. I mean, we can all do that.
But what was get past that? Okay, Master Gas, just answer me this question, okay?
Go on, bro. Go on.
What was Turkey's responsibility?
To reinstate the constitution.
What did they do?
They occupied half the land in your eyes. But now let me say it to you.
No, in my eyes. In
your eyes and the state of the world. In your eyes and in the eyes of the world.
Honest opinion.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. But to me, I don't use the word occupation. And this is why when I said earlier on that Turkey's never really been tested on their agenda. Okay, because the ROC has never posed a deal so worthy that it will expose Turkey for their true agenda. Okay, how can you? This is why I say we're all right. You're seeing it as they occupy and we live under occupation and they have taken half the land. We see it as they saved our asses. Otherwise, we won't be here today. Yeah, like look, even racism is a horrible thing to live with, but yet it can be justified. Yeah, if your whole family is unalived by a specific race, it's understandable why someone holds racism in their heart. It's not good, it's not clean, it's not healthy to live with. However, you can understand it. All right. So the point is, we're getting caught up on semantics because ultimately, you're saying they've taken half your land, occupation. We're saying without them, we'd be dead. Yeah, it's the wrong argument to be had. Yeah?
How long do you want to wait, Master Gas, before you call it once you stop calling it intervention and call it an invasion? Another 50 years, another 100 years?
Well, this is my point. You have to get to a point where you need to expose Turkey for what their true agenda is. Now, yeah, and the only way you can do that is by offering TC's recognition without Turkey. Yeah,
and alliances geopolitically, this is what we have been doing.
Yeah, okay, but not the I country. That shouldn't be done anyway. But anyway, that's another story. I'm just saying that how is it that, see, everyone just fails to understand 50 years of living, 50 plus, half a century, yeah, of living. And it's just to be like, well, you know what? You just need to see it my way and that's that. It's not as simple as that, bro.
The resolution 550 that George was trying to read and Ken was saying that is an extract was actually documented, and it was actually the document that he was reading. The resolution was calling of an occupation back then of the Turks. If that was understood back then, and Turkey as a guarantor tried to find a solution, maybe things would have been different. But so long has passed that we don't have common ground between us.
Hey, someone let Paphos up. He's got a lot to say in the comments, man. Like, if he doesn't like it, let him say it. Like, come out. He's saying I'm making excuses, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you, I'm probably the fairest TC you're going to get up here, bro. Yeah, like,
took me off, so
no, you are fair. You are fair, but when you're talking about Cyprus making an alliance with Israel, you have to understand that this alliance has not just been created; it's been ongoing since the ROC has found a gas in the area.
What that mean? What does that actually? What are you trying to get about that it's okay?
Because historically, if you see how the events have unfolded since 2011, Turkey was actually threatening the ROC. So the ROC had to make some alliances against Turkey, and one of them was the I country, because they had a share, they had a percentage that they were claiming themselves.
So let me ask you this:
out of the gas.
Do you think Turkey is going to invade the south?
No.
Okay, so what's the worry?
Geopolitically.
This is the question you ask us TCs. What do you think we're going to do to you if we join? We're going to unalive you. And we're like, not really. Well, then why do you need your troops? And it's just the same
okay, so do you okay, as a TC, do you think that the GCs will unalive the TCs from now on?
No. I don't think the GCs will unalive the TCs. I don't.
Okay. So what's the point of having the troops there?
I think there will be civil unrest, for many decades to come. Okay, and I also think there is still far too much racism on that island. I
think from both sides.
Yes, that's why I said that. Let me just say this: I am choosing the status quo.
There is so many different nationalities within Cyprus. Yes, I'm not gonna deny there are some racist people out there, but not to that effect.
Listen, Cypriot, when you have signs up, I've said this before and I'm sounding like a broken record, but when you have signs up on your island with the blood flag on, big metal signs that the government have created, made and planted in the ground, which clearly states to all their tourists and anybody who crosses over that we hate Turkey and we would never forget. That's the words in Greek. When you
we'll never forget. We didn't say we hate Turkey.
No, but that is
we'll never forget.
Well, okay. So you don't hate Turkey. They don't hate Turkey, no?
Yeah.
Come on, man. We're talking.
No. we will never forget. It hasn't.
Okay,
There's no signs up
so
there by the government that says we hate Turkey.
it's another form of hate, though, bro. There's
Yeah,
many
but
forms of hate.
on the other hand, you've got the flag on the Pentadactylos.
Well, our flag.
No, not the TRNC flag, the other flag next to it.
Okay, yeah.
That's been there for 50 years.
Okay, but
and as everyone's driving, I used to look at the flag outside my window in Nicosia.
Listen, Andreas,
you shouldn't like it either. You shouldn't like it either.
Listen,
that's the point.
We're talking about semantics here. Mike.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But all you've been saying tonight is semantics. No, I'm saying semantics as well.
Yeah.
I don't like the flag.
Fine. Okay, fine. Look,
I really don't like the flag. I don't think any Greek likes the flag.
That's fine, but I really don't like. Look, if you hate Turkey, it's not long before you're going to hate us. There you go.
What? No, because every day, there's TCs coming to the south, there's GCs going to the north, and there's nothing happening. There's nothing happening. There's nothing happening
because you're under two different regimes on the island, not under one. This is what
does that stop us?
About.
Does that stop us of doing any harm to the TCs when they're over here?
Sorry,
at the low level. Would that harm us?
If it starts doing that, sooner or later, no one goes. Sooner or later, the borders stop. Yes, of course, it has an effect in time.
There was 5 older GCs that were arrested, and they were arrested for 5 months.
And there was Turkish Cypriots who were arrested on the Greek side for the same thing.
Okay. Did the borders close? Did anything happen? Did the GC government take any stance against it? Was it in the news at all? Because I haven't seen any news. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen much escalation.
No,
it was in the news.
Like that.
It was
exactly.
Bro, listen, they've been arrested for 5 months.
Your base, okay, fine. But then guess what? There's so much that can be done. Why not just say, get rid of Turkey, you lot can have your status, and then we can all join in 20 years? Why not just do that then?
But Master Gas.
Yeah, okay, there's nothing wrong with that.
Sorry,
that's what I'm saying. Like, that's all I've been talking about all night. I don't understand what semantics we
are in agreement, but the semantics about the GCs and the Israelis, is that no semantics?
No, all I'm saying, hold on a minute. I don't say GCs.
That would have to go though if there's a VPF.
Well, yeah, but listen, I don't say GCs. Let me make it perfectly clear for the record, yeah? I don't say GCs. I say some individuals from the GCs will actually defend that regime, yeah? Will defend it. Like, bruv, you had Cyprus Migration the other day come up here and said to me, I stand with Israel. Yeah? That's what he said to me, bruv. Tell me I'm wrong for saying what I'm saying now.
Master Gas, I understand your
come
point
on,
of
that's
view.
what I'm getting at. It's like you're not just basing it off of like this is the problem.
Your point of view,
but I'm not throwing mud at you two. I just want you to know that.
No, I understand, brother.
Yeah?
I just have one question, if you allow me.
Yeah, of course, not my life, man. Go on.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to. When you say give us our recognition, what you mean by that? That you exist within Cyprus?
Well, yeah, for sure. Look, bruv.
Sorry, okay.
I would love to be with you together. If I could rub a lamp and we live together and there'll be no harm and the genie made it so, I'd be for reunification tomorrow. Okay? But that no one can guarantee.
The Republic of Cyprus, which is the state, is not the Greek controlled government that the Turkish Cypriot call us, does provide a legal status to the Turkish Cypriots.
Yes, but this you know, but that is our right of freedom in the world. That's not the ROC.
On one hand, you say the Republic of Cyprus doesn't exist, and on the other hand, you say we don't have our rights.
I never said the Republic of Cyprus doesn't exist.
But how do you call the Republic of Cyprus? Not you personally,
you are the recognized government.
Yes, but
Cyprus to the world.
How does Turkey and the TRNC
Well, Turkey don't recognize you as a tit for tat. So that's I don't agree with.
How do they call us?
Huh?
How do they call us?
I don't know. I'm Cypriot. I'm not Turkiyeli. I'm not from Turkey. I don't know what.
But the TRNC also calls us that. The Greek Cypriot, how do they call it? Something like that. The Greek Cypriot control government.
Look, Janan, do you know what he's saying? I don't know what
Cypriot administration.
I think so. I think that's what they said. I don't know. I don't follow.
I don't know. I don't really look at the Turkey politics.
That's fine. I'm just trying to
look at Cyprus always only.
I'm just trying to say it's,
you know, I became Cypriot.
yeah.
I'm just trying to say on one hand, the Republic of Cyprus does exist. Turkish Cypriots are recognized within the Republic of Cyprus. if they ask for it, they can get all the rights that the Cypriot citizen can get within the Republic
Yes.
of Cyprus.
Yes.
The only thing that I would wish it happened for that the parliamentary elections for the TC should come into effect. But on the other hand, if they do come in, we would, how do I say, the occupation must end. You know, it's not okay. I'm gonna bring you in back into the government, and then you're still gonna control the other half. You know?
Yes. No, I understand that. But the point I raised for that, and the reason why I side with that way, is because I truly believe it is a much softer, gentler approach to all being one day. I don't see how you can jump into any reunification straight away. And I also don't see how it could be expected that TCs who have been left out of the ROC, even though they've got their human rights to be able to, cross there and travel through there and get a passport of such through there, even though that's the case, that flag on Soft's picture right there doesn't represent the Turkish Cypriots. And although when I've said it before, I know you lot hate the TRNC flag, but you should be looking at it from an optimistic point of view. I understand it shouldn't be poked right in your faces to piss you lot off. Of course, I'm not stupid. You think they haven't placed that strategically. I'm not an idiot. But watch this. If they had never created that flag, do you know, me as a 45-year-old man, I just see myself as a Turk today with their flag. Because that is what I would recognize as.
There's two flags on there. There's not just one flag.
Yeah, but I don't see that. I'm more nuanced. I see the TRNC flag. I think that says me. That is where I'm from and my lineage.
Have you seen the way the TRNC flag lights up at night?
Yes.
It lights up as a Turkish flag first, and then a TRNC flag.
Well, I haven't
Did
seen
you know that?
I haven't actually seen the timer.
I'm just saying the way it lights up at night, it flashes, you get the moon crescent first, then you get the star, and then you get the two lines on top.
They're struggling with electricity, bruv. You know what I mean? They've got to light one side up first.
Are you using binoculars or something?
Anyways, guys,
No, I was driving past it one day.
I'm gonna have to level with you guys.
Cypriot, it's nothing but respect, bruv. I don't mean no disrespect.
Respect. I always respect you guys, and it's like I always say, hopefully we're gonna have a mangal soon.
Well, yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice.
You do guys
Cypriot donkey, are you a Turkish or a Greek donkey, bro?
I'm a Cypriot donkey.
Nice.
I'm a Cypriot donkey too, huh?
Yeah, and you know what? You two sound alike. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm just gonna say I'm not a Cypriot boiler, yeah, because that shit wouldn't last long. So just want to know that. All right?
I don't understand this donkey business. All the donkeys are in Carpathia, but the Greek Cypriots are using the donkey, not the Turk.
It's the least offensive thing to put on the lives, to be honest. That's why I chose it.
It's almost like a national animal.
It's like, do you not have any other options, Donkey?
No,
like donkey or nothing.
Donkey is a national animal.
Yeah. It is.
Yes.
And there's a lot of
There was a lot of donkeys
well
in Santorini as well. A lot.
And we Cypriots are stubborn as a donkey, to be honest. So
Yeah, that's why there's no solution. I agree with you. To be honest, if it was up to me, I will just open the borders, unite the country. If anyone wants to have fight, go have your fight. Get out of your system and move on.
This is why I hate these lives, though. This is why I hate it. Because it's just idea pitted against idea. The forum itself, you have to talk really loud and over each other to be heard. Otherwise, you don't get a word in edgeways. All of a sudden, it turns into an argument. Do you know what I mean? I hate the lives for this. But
look, I don't think anyone has any grudges against arguments I've made on TikTok. To be honest, I mean, for me, can only be positive.
Yeah, well, that's why I come. Do you know what I mean? But it's
tonight hasn't been too bad.
Nah, today's been quite tame, to be honest. It's not a funky Friday, is it, Soft, mate?
No, it's been good. It's been good, man. It's been good. And you know what? I'm reading the comments and I can't multitask.
Well, the comments haven't been too friendly. I ain't been reading it.
TC Rebel would come up onto the panel and actually air his views.
That guy's
TC Rebel does.
That guy's deluded, man.
He's a rebel by name and a rebel by nature, man.
I'd wish he just because I'd love to have a conversation with him.
Go on,
There's
Rebel.
a few
Come on
down
up.
there, man. There's a few. That
Do you wanna come
Jeanet's
up,
been
GC,
sticking it
Rebel?
on me. So's that Papa's been sticking it on me. Everyone likes to stick it on me.
You know, but Master, you speak facts, so
I try
there's
to.
there's no animosity towards anything you say because you come with facts.
Okay.
But
Well,
I've
thank
been
you,
getting
Nick.
quite a lot of,
Oh yeah, you got called a racist
tonight.
earlier.
So,
I know.
yeah.
I know. I saw someone call you a racist for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And I agreed with him.
And you see what I mean? Yeah, he
100%.
stirred the pot. I had to give him a spoon after he said that. Yeah, I did.
We've got to laugh it off though as well
I am not
sometimes.
racist.
You do have to laugh it off.
I have half Greek Cypriot kids. I can't be racist.
Yes, you can.
It depends what books you read them at night, doesn't it? Really, John?
No, I've been taking my kids to only Cyprus since they born, like only Turkey once. So they love Cyprus more than Turkey.
To be fair, Jan's evolving into a Cypriot girl, I can't lie. She's making halloumi and a yobita. She's making what else?
Will
What
she
else
move
we
there
making?
yet, Sof? That's the question.
She moved as well. She did.
I know,
Yeah, I
but will
did
she
live
again?
there.
She said she would. Last time she was like, "You're on your own if you want to go back there."
Yeah, she did. I don't know. Did you say that for the show, Jan, or is that your real thoughts?
I do love like Cyprus, but as a
shit.
country, I don't think it's like, I don't know. I'm used to UK. You know what? It's not even. I can't even live in Turkey either. Like I'm just used to living in here. I lived here like ever since I was 16. I can't see myself living elsewhere.
Red, white, and blue, and yeah, red, white, and blue.
No, but you know what? I had no problem
We've
living
got
in
Cyprus bed
Cyprus.
sheets and everything.
Yeah.
Cyprus flags everywhere.
Good soft. The conversion process is
Yeah,
going well.
it's happening. It's happening. We're looking for a godmother as well. I don't know if anyone's
No, I'm not changing my.
Have you dunked her in water yet? Have you done that?
That's the next step.
Is that the next step? Yeah.
Warming her up at
Make
the
sure
moment.
make sure you get some olive leaves and bring them in holy water. And
You know
know
what?
what?
Just be careful, Soft, because she might be playing this game, and one night she'll just circumcise you, bro.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
right in the middle of the night.
Oh no!
Just
To be honest, that's one of my
Done
biggest
deal,
fears,
bro.
Master Gas.
Done deal. Finish.
Master
You know what?
Gas, you're going into my territory.
Oh
Stay out
no!
of it.
Ken, no.
Yeah, don't talk about circumcision, huh?
Yeah,
I do want to mention, like, Senny said, I must take them to Turkey.
We're gonna see a picture of Soft with his little army soldier outfit on. You know, like the Sundet picture, where God.
To
You know
be
what?
fair,
On the comment,
Jesus was circumcised, so you'd be
that
closer to him.
makes it okay then.
you guys love talking about below belly,
It'll
honestly,
make you
all
closer to
night.
Jesus.
I feel better now. Thank you, the one.
Jesus
No problem.
also had a no pork diet. Just thought I'd get out there for the masses.
One night, soft become real soft.
Oh no!
You know what? This is coming from a Turk, yeah? I actually feel safer taking my kids to Cyprus than I do taking them to Turkey. Because people love kids, number one. They love kids. They treat kids with respect. And they show them love, attention, care, smile straight away. They help whatever you need help. It's like small, very like they help each other. When you need, like for example, when I need to take my kids to nursery, when we didn't arrange, someone like came and helped. Like it was the pharmacy we went to get medicine for kids, and they helped us to get into school for them.
Yeah, people that didn't even know us.
People, yes, they didn't even know us. Like we were no one to them. People help a lot. That's coming from a Turk. Like I actually feel safer taking my kids to ROC. Like it would be the same for North as well, but then Turkey, because Turkey is too mixed, too much like
Where
London.
do you go in Turkey?
We don't go to Turkey.
No, but you're
I've
making
made
a
sure.
statement. So where in Turkey have you gone that feels less safe?
I would say Istanbul. I actually wouldn't feel very safe taking my kids to Istanbul because it's too busy, too packed, too many
Crowded,
people.
innit? Yeah, but you wouldn't feel safe going in
Yes.
Oxford Street either, I would imagine, in the central London. Do you know what I
Exactly. Yes, it's the same to me.
mean? Yeah.
So I don't take my kids to central, like, you know. For that reason, I find Cyprus calm. It's not overcrowded. People are nice, and I live there. While I lived there, I did tell them I'm from Turkey, and guess what? No one came with knife and like run after me.
No, I think there's a few TCs in the police force in the south as well.
I heard that too.
At the border crossings, there are TCs in the ROC police force there as well.
Yeah.
what,
I
man?
think at the end of the day, guys, everyone's going to treat you the way you treat them. So as long as you're not looking for any trouble, as
Listen,
long as you're not acting up, I
I
think.
get off at Larnaca, bruv, and the Greek soldier goes to me in English, where are you going to stay? Yeah, straight to my face, yeah. I thought, oh, okay, we're getting deep into it now. I went, I'm going to Mosa. And he looked at me, tipped his head, raised his eyebrow, and he went, Famagusta. Yeah. And then he went, enjoy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
it's a little bit.
yeah, it was
banner
banter. It's bants. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like, do you know what I mean? I get it, of course.
But you could have taken that wrong as well, right?
Of
You
course,
could have.
of
Yeah,
course.
exactly.
I could have just run off screaming like a 12-year-old girl. Like,
But you know what? I had a good experience with the border force because I needed visa with my British passport, and clearly it says place of birth, Istanbul.
yeah.
And I left my visa documents in my check-in luggage. And I was like, oh my God, that's going to cause problem. I was thinking, I was really nervous. I'm like, oh my God, not because I'm Turkish, it's because I don't have the document. And guess what? I said to the lady, I have it. I have visa to live here, but I can't show you because it's in my check-in luggage. And she's like, okay, fine. And she let me in. Like, she didn't ask no question, nothing. Like,
Yeah, that's true. But you know what? I do feel a lot of the times because we've got probably the most Cypriot name that you could imagine, right? Our name is literally made up. Our surname. It's a
I
Cypriot
can't even
name.
pronounce it, mate. I can't even.
Yeah, exactly. It's literally a made up like fucking village Cypriot name. But I feel like we get let off because you got a name like that, you're definitely Cypriot. You know, you've got no, there's no
not me.
ulterior
It says
motive.
place of birth,
Yeah,
Istanbul.
but your surname is still.
I'm surprised you ain't got Haji in front of it.
Yeah, that would just make it like, you know, that will complete the puzzle, you know. No, but Jan, I'm saying your surname is Cypriot too, so they take that into account when you're.
Yeah, I know, but they also see me as a Turk as well if they wanted to. What I'm trying to say to Turkish Cypriots, like, you're not unsafe. It's not 1960s. We live in 2026. Let's all move forward. The same for Greek Cypriots as well. Let's all move forward. Leave the past to past. You need to think about future generation. I'm thinking about my grandkids' generation, my kids' generation. Why can't they live together? Why can't they have a Turkish and Greek Cypriot neighbors and like live in harmony like they did in the past as well?
Yeah, time can do that.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just
guys, I'm gonna have to drop. Nice chatting.
There
See you
you go.
later.
Yeah, bro.
Thank you.
I'm just
probably
going to
close in
change
about
the
10, 20 minutes.
Just subject a little bit, right? I'm just curious. You know, you got election coming up in May, parliamentary election, and you got one of those Turkish Cypriots, so to speak, guys. He put his name down, Öz Karahan.
Yeah.
Well, why you think he's Cypriot, Turkish Cypriot? One question. Second question is, what is his chances to be elected?
Wait, what was the first question, Ken? Why do we think?
Why do you guys think he's a Turkish Cypriot?
Guys, I've got to drop quickly, but go on. That's not questions.
And second thing, what's his chances?
Wait, is he not a Turkish Cypriot?
Well, I don't understand. You guys are calling him Turkish Cypriot. I don't call him Turkish Cypriot because, like Kara earlier on, no one calls him Turkish Cypriot because his father from Turkey.
And where's his mother from?
Cyprus. And he's born in Cyprus, and he can't get ROC passport or ID card because Greek Cypriot won't class him as a Turkish Cypriot, right? You class him as a settler. Now, this Oz Karahan, born in Istanbul,
Yeah.
father is Turkish, and mother is Turkish Cypriot.
Yeah, well, that would be a great thing then if he does get elected.
Well, is it though? How come you say he's Turkish Cypriot, but Kara
isn't? Yeah, good point. It's a good point. I totally agree with that one, to be honest with you, Ken. I can't argue with that because, like you've heard me say before, if you're born in Cyprus, you're Cypriot. That's it. That's it. End of.
Kara born in Cyprus.
Yeah, then he's Cypriot, man. What can I say?
He can't get a ROC passport or ROC ID card.
I need to jump in and answer. Sorry, guys.
Go
So Oz Karahan was born in Istanbul, correct?
Yes.
With a Turkish Cypriot mother and a Turkish father, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna go into legality right now. That's not my personal opinion. I'm just trying to state what's happening in the Republic of Cyprus right now. people who have come into the northern part of Cyprus after the 1974 troubles, okay, with both Turkish parents, are not allowed to have the Republic of Cyprus passport. And I think the main reason is that they came into the land illegally in the eyes of the Republic of Cyprus. I'm just trying to state the facts. Unfortunately for me, Kara should have had a passport, and the only solution for him to get a passport is after the solution. Hopefully this is gonna happen soon. Now, with people that have Turkish Cypriot what's the word? Leniency, not leniency.
Lineage, ancestry.
That's the one. Lineage that are born outside of the island are eligible for the Republic of Cyprus, let's say, passport and become
citizenship.
A citizen. Yes. Sorry, that's me. If you have any questions, Ken.
Yeah, I have a question. What you just said is just basically your own opinion. There is Turkish Cypriots. Their father is from Turkey, and they're born in London, and they still won't get a British passport, ROC passport or ID card. Won't accept them.
If
as long as the father or mother is Turkish.
No. If one of your parents, if one of your parents is a Turkish Cypriot, you're eligible for the passport, just like us.
And if the father, especially the father is from Turkey, you won't get, because I've got one of my cousin.
How come Oz has a Turkish Cypriot citizenship? His father is Turkish. You just mentioned it.
Say it again.
Oz Karahan, his father is Turkish, right?
Because he's politician and he puts TRNC down. He supports Greek Cypriots. It's political, basically. I know why you guys are accepting him.
No. He gained his citizenship through his ancestry, like I can.
I understand what
his ancestry.
I understand what you're saying. I know how he got his thing, but I'm asking you the question. It's a bit of a hypocrisy here because you're accepting him because he doesn't support Turkish Cypriots. He's all for Greek Cypriots, right? But the Kara,
he supports Turkish Cypriots.
Cypriot donkey.
He never said one good word for Turkish Cypriots. To your information,
he has.
No, he hasn't. Tell me what then.
I don't remember, but
that's just depending on political standing, though, isn't it? That's depending on what you believe.
His political stance is not against Turkish Cypriots, against Turkey.
He doesn't even live in Turkish side.
Well, he's not allowed to go back there.
Doesn't matter.
Oh God! Well, you see, this is what we have to put up with. I'm going to say you guys, but I don't know any other words to say it.
It's fine.
Everyone's turning in a way that you're saying you're always right? But you can't. Some of the stuff you can't justify, but you still can't.
Ken, they're just answering your question. That's how he got his citizenship.
It's same as when I ask a question. Well, the guy is, as far as I'm concerned, right? He's not a Turkish Cypriot. It's as simple as that.
Most of the Turkish Cypriots that have Turkish Cypriot, I forgot the freaking word again. Lineage do have the Republic of Cyprus passport.
I know what you're saying.
Unfortunately,
but unfortunately, it's hit and miss. Whatever Greek Cypriot decides, it's in their favor. They accept it. Anything is not in their favor, they won't accept it. There is no rule.
Ken, do you have a Republic of Cyprus passport?
No, I don't.
Did you ever try to get one?
No, I don't. No, I don't need one.
Daxia, I'm not saying that you need one or you don't need one. Do you think because of your views that if you tried to get it, you wouldn't get it?
No, I would get it because I'm born in Cyprus. I got my original birth certificate. I know exactly what I born. My mum, my brother, we're all family goes back generation. We're all registered, right? My sister, she's got European passport.
That's fine, Ken. I agree with you. That's fine. I'm saying that you don't see why
Look, what you're trying to say, I know exactly what you're trying to say.
But I'm not trying to sound harsh, okay? I'm because I understand Kara's pain, okay? I understand what he's going through. He was born in a country that technically he doesn't have any rights to.
Okay, I got a cousin that her father is Turkish from Turkey, right? And her mother is Turkish Cypriot, born in Cyprus, and she can't get ROC.
But like I mentioned, if your cousin was born in Cyprus through a Turkish father,
No. She's born in England.
Okay,
My
if
cousin,
she's
my
born
cousin
in England,
that
then she
born.
can get a Republic of Cyprus passport.
No, she won't.
Technically,
They refused her. She tried it 3 times, and they refused her. We said the same thing. Technically, she can't even go to Greek side because they class her that not legal. But she born in Cyprus. She born in England. Her mother born in Cyprus, but she got married in England to a Turkish person from Turkey. Right? They had 6 kids. None of those kids can get. Not that I don't think any of them wants it, but the daughter wanted to stay in Cyprus and work in Cyprus. She got a job on the Greek side, but they wouldn't accept her.
I'm not a government person, but she should.
I know exactly what you're saying.
I'm just trying to say that, in my opinion, and from what I know, she should get a Republic of Cyprus passport.
Yes, you're right, but this guy is the same situation. He gets accepted. I've got another cousin that they're very wealthy people. They're sort of distant cousin. We are all cousins in Cyprus. And there was an article about him in Cyprus Mail probably about 2 years ago. He studied on Greek side, and he got his degree on Greek side as a doctor, and managed to get a job on the Greek side as a doctor, and he was practicing doctor. Eventually, they transferred him to Limassol, and he was traveling every day from Limassol to Turkish side. And his father, he said, "Well, he says it's too much. He says it's too dangerous as well. Let's buy a flat in Limassol, and you stay there." And he couldn't do it.
But Ken, isn't this an incentive to come to a solution quickly? Because I do think and believe there is a solution for the settlers in the Crans Montana as well. I think there was a cut-off date, sunset, I think 2000 and something.
They says that they will keep a number, a certain number, that they will get the citizenship as well. And then some of them will have to go back to Turkey, or the rest will have to get not a citizenship, but the right
like a visa.
stay.
Indefinite leave.
Can I just say something?
I know there is. Sorry, Andreas. There is. You see, I think as far as the Turkish Cypriots goes, I think that boat is sailed now. I don't think anyone got any appetite for it anymore. That's the feeling that I'm getting.
But your question was for us, Karahan, why on one hand he is allowed to be called as a Cypriot citizen, and the other one is...
The second question is, what's his chances?
Can I try to answer that?
What is his chances? You can answer anything you want, yeah.
Can I ask something?
Give it a go then.
Is Oscar Karahan's mother Turkish Cypriot?
Yes.
Okay, so that's probably why, isn't it?
Yeah, but you can't pick and choose, Andreas. That's my point.
What is Kara's parents Turkish Cypriot?
His father was from Turkey, and he's born in Istanbul.
But
his father is from Turkey. Is his mother from Turkey as well?
No, from Cyprus.
Ken, that's exactly same as our kids, Jan, as well. Look, you were born in Istanbul. I have a
yes,
Cypriot
because
citizenship.
I don't think they give passport to people who was born in North after 74. But if you're born in other country, Turkey is a recognized country by ROC. That's probably how.
Yeah, that's probably
what it is. Jan, they pick and choose who they give passport. It's like
hang on. Hang on. If Oz Karahan's mother is Turkish Cypriot before 1974, maybe that's why he got the ROC citizenship. But if Kara's parents moved to Cyprus after 1974 and became
his mum was Cypriot before 1974.
It doesn't matter if it was after 74. If the child was what do you say, consummated, or was born in a different country.
Interesting choice of words.
If the child was born in a different country after 74, if one of your parents is Greek Cypriot or Turkish Cypriot, you're allowed to get the citizenship. Like Sofo.
Why isn't Kara allowed?
Kara, because both of his parents are from mainland Turkey.
No. But his mother is Turkish Cypriot.
But he was born in Cyprus, right?
Yes.
After
But
1974.
I think both his parents were settlers. I think he said.
That's what I believe.
Her mum, she's Cypriot, Turkish Cypriot.
Was he born in Cyprus, Kara?
Yes.
That's why, because he was born technically illegal land, like not recognized land. If he was born in Turkey, he would be able to get his passport.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think.
No? How does it work?
I think Sophie's right. I think both his parents are mainlanders.
Yes.
That moved to the north after the 1974 or during 1974. I don't know.
Where's Kara when we need him?
Yeah, I know.
All right, where are you?
Yeah, but it's not. I'm only giving Kara a sample because you guys know him. I got a cousin.
Ken, you said your cousin was a doctor. He studied in ROC and then he was living in North. But was his parents like one of the parents from Turkey?
No, they're Turkish Cypriot. Turkish Cypriots can't buy a property in South neither. They won't register it.
What, is it Turkish Cypriot or I don't?
As a Turkish Cypriot, I can't go and buy a property in South if I wanted.
Because the country itself is not recognized. So
Can't hear you, John.
I don't think you can buy anywhere with your Turkish Cypriot ID, not just in
I have
South.
to have a Turkish Cypriot ID. I'm Turkish Cypriot, born in Cyprus before 74. I can't go and buy a property in Southern Cyprus. It's the same. It's with due respect. It's the same. You can't come and buy a property on Northern Cyprus as a Greek Cypriot. It's not just one-sided. It's both-sided.
I don't know. I never heard
Ken,
that.
I could buy with my British passport though.
And they will make it difficult for you. Right, I don't know if you could go to the agent, pay them the money, and they'll say everything will be all right. But when it comes to registering it, they may not register it.
So you could buy in the South with a Cypriot passport. That's what I'm trying to say. If you had an ROC one,
no,
it's because you're using Kimlik, right?
I don't think they'll register mine neither. That was the issue with my cousin.
No, but Ken, there is a lot of Turkish Cypriot that own land in the south.
They got what?
They got
They
land.
own land.
I know that. We got that Mehmet Watskill. He owns tons of land, and he tried to get it back, and he couldn't.
It's good. They're gonna make it hard for you. I'm not gonna lie. They're gonna make it hard for
Yeah,
you.
and
they're
well,
gonna
that's-
make you. And they're
that's
gonna
the
make you.
truth.
They're
That's
gonna
the
make you pay. They're gonna make you pay tax as well before
Yes.
you have it.
Yes.
And
Inheritance
again,
tax.
it goes back to the fact that we need to find a solution so everybody can be happy. You know.
Yes.
Yes, I accept that. That's the truth. I've got no issue with that. I'm not going to argue. What you said is the truth.
I think, Ken, the day you get an ROC passport will be the day we have a solution. So hurry and get that passport.
Ken,
Listen, I'm not a traveler. I don't like traveling, and I got a British passport, and I don't really need I never didn't like Europe anyway. So
quick question, Ken. So you had the Republic of Cyprus when you were in Cyprus?
no, I had a Cyprus identity card when I was growing.
Okay, so you have the ID card.
I had I got my original birth certificate with me.
Yeah, but that's not valid. You still need to swap that for an ROC citizenship.
No, but it's he has. I mean, when
My sister was into this, and when the borders opened up, she went and checked everything, and everything is registered. You have to check, see if you are registered with the Greek Cypriot authorities. And she had she's got a daughter, and she wanted to move to Europe, or she wanted to come to England, but she never did. When England was in Europe, and she went and got her a Cyprus passport, right?
Did you tell her off?
No, why would I tell her off?
Yeah.
No, I don't. Everyone to their own. Everyone to their own. I'm only saying what I feel. It's as simple as that.
But Ken, let's be honest. If you weren't here, if you didn't have your British passport, you would have probably get your ROC passport.
No.
Come on,
No.
let's be honest with each other.
I'll be honest with you. I'm saying, you know, my dad is through and through Cypriot. He had a British passport. He never is.
The
Just
washing
gone over
machine's on
the.
a spin cycle, Ken.
Yeah, the wife, she puts it on before it goes to bed. He's 90 years old. He's in an old people's home now, and he never left Cyprus. I begged him to come to Britain to see us. He wouldn't leave Cyprus, and I'm like that. I don't like traveling.
How did you end up in England? off topic, but how did you end up in the UK? You seem like a very proud Cypriot, Ken.
I am very proud Cypriot. I didn't want to leave Cyprus. Cyprus was my domain, but I had an uncle that he was a politician in 50s, and the Greeks tried to, the Elka, or I don't know. Sometimes I say things without realizing. But don't get me wrong. The Greeks tried to kill him and alive him. So he got scared and he left. He left Cyprus with my auntie, my grandmother, and whole family. My dad was a police officer from 50s, and he's always been a crazy guy. So they couldn't touch him. So we stayed. We had an offer to come to England, but my dad wouldn't leave Cyprus. And but after 74, he decided to come back to Cyprus after the war because it was safe for him. And he came about a month later. He had a heart attack, and he had an insurance, and he couldn't come back to England by himself. He has to be somebody with him. At that time, my two brothers, they were in a university in Turkey, and I was the only one available. So they sent me here, and that was it. I didn't want to go back.
Got a question from Shistos. He's asking, was he a British police officer? With the British, sorry.
Well, if it was from the 50s,
It was actually a Republic of Cyprus police officer. It wasn't British. Well, yeah, he was.
Yeah, from the 50s. He was
50s, British. Yeah.
He was a British, and then he moved to.
You know, when they joined the police force, they used to give them IDs and a passport at the same time. So he had a British passport, and he used to show it to everyone very proudly. But he never left the island. He wouldn't even go to Turkey.
He just wanted to collect passports.
Well, no, he was just happy. I mean, I know Cyprus, but he knew every corner of Cyprus. He's been to every corner of Cyprus. There was nowhere that you could say that you could mention it, whether it's Greek or Turkish, that he hasn't been. He was a wanderer. He never stopped. Always going somewhere.
Same as you, Ken. You moved around Cyprus. You've been to Paphos. You've been to.
That's the reason that I say that if I didn't come here, I would have stayed in Cyprus.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm very confused with your opinion because on one hand you go to Paphos, you go to Limassol, you go to Larnaca, you go to Gormagidis, you go to Morphou, you go to Kerinia, you've been around Cyprus.
I've been everywhere. To be honest with you, I done it before 74, and I done it after 74.
My question is like, why would you then isolate yourself on one side of the island and not?
I don't isolate myself at all. When I was Cyprus, I go both sides.
You know, my dad used to say that he used to walk from one side of Cyprus to the other. I don't know if that's possible there, Ken.
You used to what?
Walk from one side of Cyprus to the other.
Like from where to where?
Let's say from Famagusta to Bafo.
No chance. It's a long way.
Not in one day. Not in one day, obviously.
I don't think you could have walked it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
No. I mean, the roads were, to go to Paphos, you ever been from Limnidic to Pyrgo?
I have.
Yeah, from Pyrgo to Paphos. Have you been to that?
There is no roads, is it? It's the.
There is roads.
There
but
is roads, but it's long.
Now they're not too bad, right? Those days it was really winding. You keep going hours on end. It wasn't that simple.
No, Ken, but my question is, why would you then isolate? When I say isolate, not yourself like physically, but why would you isolate yourself and not just consider the whole island as your island, as one?
Personally, I do, Cyprus Donkey. Personally,
yeah, I understand, but I'm just trying to understand why. Because I know you're from Cochin, right?
Yes.
Which is it Nicosia or Paphos? What's it considered?
Paphos.
Is it? Oh, Paphos.
No, it's Paphos.
No, not Paphos. Paphos is further down. Pyrgo.
No, but Pyrgos, yes, half of it is in Nicosia, half of it is in Paphos, right? So Cochin is in Paphos, in the state of Paphos.
Okay. Yeah, all right.
So you're a Bafidi?
Well, probably, yeah.
Like me. So I'm just trying to understand, like, why would you not, let's say, trying to fight for a unified country?
Look, I don't mind unifying the country, right? But
No, I understand. You need to have your rights. You need to have your opinion. You need to have your safeguards. I understand that.
It's just not safeguards the opinion. It's a safety. You know, I don't want war. I don't want another war. Look, the reality is about 1,500 people churned the whole island. If you look at the Elka, right, it was about 1,500 people, probably another 500 people supported without acting. So you total about 2,000 people churned the island, right? And I don't want it to happen again. I mean,
I don't think anyone wants that again.
Well,
I don't think the Greek Cypriots want that either.
Yeah, well, and on top of that, Turks, they never hated Greeks, right? Turks were defending their lives all the time. We didn't know if we were going to be alive the following year or not. That's how we used to live. There's umpteen time something happens, so we have to be under lockdown. We couldn't leave Nicosia, sometime 2 months, 3 months, until someone decides something or whatever. Right? Someone comes out and say, "Oh, okay, it's everything opened up now. It's safe. You can go." Right? That's what we used to live. That's how we used to live.
I feel your pain.
Well,
as I mentioned before, I'm 30 years old. I've never lived through it, so I don't know what you went through. But in my opinion, I don't think this can happen anymore.
Well, we just want
I
to make.
understand the trust issue is a big factor for you. I'm not trying to put you down and say you're wrong. It's just my personal opinion.
Before 74, this Cyprus problem, there was a lot of discussion going at the time. Denktash and Makarios, they were always talking about solving.
Lost you, Ken. Lost you. You've closed your app.
Yeah, he did.
Sorry, am I still? Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Yeah, we can.
The Makarios and Denktash always used to, not just Makarios and Denktash. Dr. Küçük he sort of fizzled out. He wasn't very well. And there was another guy, Osman Örek, right? And they were always having discussion to solve this Cyprus problem. And there was a lot was going on at that time. right? We ask all sorts of things. We demand all sorts of things, and nothing happened. At the time, Greek Cypriots, they could have sorted the problem out in a day if they wanted. The Makarios could have sorted it out in no time, but they never did, right? So it's for us, people like me, it didn't start in 74. Right? It started in 63, 64. Right? And we know a lot more. We know a lot more what was going on than when Greek Cypriot come out and say, "Oh, you left the ROC on your own accord," and we know we didn't. So that's an insult to us.
Can I ask you a question, Ken?
Yeah, go on.
Obviously, for me, Denktash was on the right-wing side, and I can also say the same thing about Makarios. He was on the right-wing side as well, obviously to his own political views. I think Kavazoglu, I think I pronounced the name correctly.
Kavazoglu, yeah.
Yes, in my opinion, he was one of the true Cypriots within the Akel party, but why do you think he was killed from the Turkish Cypriots?
Why do I think what? Sorry?
Because we know that he was killed in Lurugina from Turkish Cypriots, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Was he part of the government, or was he just a political guy that was trying to?
Well, it's like anything else. We had Turkish Cypriots that they wanted to still have some sort of work it out with Greek Cypriots. Denktash didn't. In fact, Fazıl Küçük wanted to carry on with Turkish Cypriots. He was more intelligent than Denktash. But then Denktash took over, right? I don't talk about Denktash. Because I don't want to talk about Denktash. I know a lot more than what people talk about Denktash. But you never hear me talk about Denktash.
Oh, why is that, Ken?
It's my own personal problem.
You don't like him?
What do you know about him, Ken?
I'm not going to talk about Denktash, trust me.
Go on, tell us. You can't just say that and not tell us.
But in your opinion, okay, it's fine. He doesn't have to talk about him. In your opinion,
I'm not. I don't talk about your religions because I know how you guys are. Take it seriously. Also, I don't want
to. Ken, right now we're having a conversation, and I think I'm very respectful.
I like this convo.
I'm just trying to understand a little bit more. Do you think Denktash was a good leader for you guys, or would you have preferred someone like Dr. Fazıl Küçük or Kavazoglu?
Our leader was Dr. Fazıl Küçük, not Denktash. Denktash was another subject, right? So
how we see in the Greek Cypriot perspective as Denktash was a right-wing fascist that wanted Taksim, right? So he went against the state. Let's say that.
Denktash, he did want Taksim, it's true, but he had an option. He suggested a lot to the Makarios to settle this matter, right? Makarios, the most evil is the Makarios. He could have settled this matter anytime. He had everything in his hand.
I agree, but my question right now is because you said he wasn't your leader. How did he become the main actor or the main voice for Turkish Cypriots at that crucial time?
Because he was fighting for Turkish Cypriots, so to speak, right? His own way. Right?
But he wasn't elected, was he?
Well, no, he wasn't elected, but he was fighting for Turkish Cypriots.
He was at the right place at the right time.
He was right.
Yeah, he probably took advantage of the situation, to be honest.
He knew.
He was more educated than everyone else. He was a Queen's Counsel.
From our side, the way I see it is we didn't make the Turkish Cypriot voices heard back then, if you know what I mean. So
you done nothing for Turkish Cypriots. And you always wind up Turkish Cypriots pretty bad, to be honest with you.
I do agree that back then if we would have had an ear for the Turkish Cypriots' views back then, maybe a lot of things wouldn't have taken place. we were probably stubborn ourselves.
Yes, very.
Oh, so you're saying that we may have created that monster?
You
Who
did,
is
you
Raoul
did,
Siktash?
you did
Possibly,
create that
yes.
monster. You
Like
created
Frankenstein kind of shit.
Yeah, possibly.
In my personal view, Grevas and Denktash was the same sort of guy.
To be honest with you, we always said in Cyprus, especially in Nicosia, another 10 years, that's all we needed. Because Makarios, what you guys are saying is true. He didn't want Enochis anymore. I think past 67, he wasn't interested in
He wasn't.
Enochis. And he relaxed some of the rules. And we were a little bit more freer after 67. Right? We were moving a lot more. In fact, we were working on Greek side as well. Some people used to get a job at Greek side, work, and come back at night, right? And by the time 73, 74, the Turkish Cypriots were visiting us so much, it was getting less and less. And everyone was saying within another 10 years, there won't be any Turkish Cypriot left on the island.
And we talk
But the
about
thing is, Ken, you know, like you said, there was 2,000 people in total. The AOK, right?
2,000
people, sports in AOK, like.
Yeah. There was about 1,500. If you check it out, there's about
Yeah.
1,500 active members, and probably another 500 probably in the.
And how
field.
many Turkish Cypriots were there?
On the island?
Yeah.
Probably about 100,000.
Okay, so
25,000
how
was
can
within-
even let's say half of 100,000, yeah, let's say 50,000, let's create 20,000, let's say 2,000 against another 2,000. Like, would you not be able to fight back? I know you had TMT, I think.
TMT was it's basically mujahids.
I think what Jan's asking, why didn't you guys stand up for yourselves?
Yes, stand up for yourself. Why would you run off from your house and go to the caves and mountains? Stand on your ground, fight back.
Because they attacked us. Right?
So what? You attack back.
We were farmers. Most people were uneducated. Only thing they had were the shotguns. And when everything started, in 64, the United Nations went round and collect all the shotguns of all the Turkish Cypriots, right? Attacking Greek Cypriots, we lost about 103 villages. In Kochina, we had 7 villages from the edge of the Troodos Mountains being forced into our village, right? 7 villages. Even that created a lot of problem to us.
That's what I mean, but like, you know, like...
We had no way of fighting.
But why not?
We were scattered all around the island. It wasn't like 100,000 people in Nicosia that we can fight.
The most of from what I know, that most of the Turkish Cypriots were based in Paphos, no?
Most of the
Turkish Cypriots were in Paphos and Limassol.
Paphos, Limassol, and Nicosia.
Yeah, of course, Nicosia. Yes.
Yeah, Nicosia. Lot happened. History is it's there for us. Sometimes we're arguing about it, and I'm thinking, why are we arguing about it? It's all written. All you have to do is just go and read it. It's all documented.
Simon.
Hello, Simon.
Simon.
Hi. I'm not even sure how I joined.
Your instinct. I wanted to join.
But fact of the matter is, Greek Cypriots, they could have everything back, probably until about 2004. Anytime they say yes to anything, they would have taken over the whole of the island by now. That's the honest truth. That's most of the Turkish Cypriots were talking about
But
that.
when you were in the mountain, could you not gather together and like create like an army? Like to defend yourselves. Like, I'm not saying instead of dividing the island, I'm just trying to think.
Jan, we couldn't even. Sometime Makarios lock it up, and two of my brothers, they used to go to university in Turkey. Some years they couldn't come back. They had to wait the following year.
Yeah, because it was government involved, right? It wasn't just public.
Turkish were on about the Turkish Cypriots were controlling 3% of the island, right? And that's about it. Only area that Turkish Cypriot could go in and out of Cyprus was Kochina, Erenköy. That's why it's important. You heard
Ken,
of
I'm gonna turn this around. Forgive me, yeah. I'm gonna turn it back on you because you're saying that it was only 3% control. You're saying that the Turkish Cypriots are worried about the 3% of the Greek Cypriots who are currently still talking about Enosis. So if the Turkish Cypriots couldn't do it, what makes you think the small minority of Greek Cypriots can do it? Does that make sense?
Could you ask the question again? This washing machine is too noisy. I didn't hear all of it.
I'm trying to make it simple, but I can't get it simple out of my head for some reason. It's a bit confusing, but bear with me. I'm trying to say that you said 3% control, Turkish Cypriot, at that time, and you couldn't gather an army or a defense or enough people to actually stop what's happening and go back to unification, let's call it. So how can you expect the small minority of Greek Cypriots today who still want Enosis to do the same thing? So I'm trying to say you're worried about a small minority that haven't got the power to go back to what happened in 74, you know, because that's one of the main worries for Turkish Cypriots right now, right? That 74 is going to happen again.
The majority won't let them.
Well, I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think Turkish Cypriots at this precise moment worried about Enosis because we are, my personal view, and I think it's a Turkish Cypriot view as well, is that I don't think Greek Cypriot wants Enosis anymore. I think that's
what do you think they
We're actually worried
Enosis.
the other way around now. We're worried that the Turks have Enosis with Turkey. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. To be honest with you, I think you guys are woken up because Greece is worse condition than Cyprus. So.
Ken, you got a question from Panop. He said, can someone ask Ken, in his heart of hearts, if safety was good, would he like to see a united Cyprus?
Guaranteed, not good.
Oh, guaranteed, sorry.
Of course you would.
At the moment, no, I don't like to see United Cyprus. Maybe we need to do things together. If we don't do things together, right, it's not going to work. It's taking a hell of a lot of risk. Look, I'm a person that I'm past the age, but if trouble starts tomorrow, I'll be in Cyprus, right? And that's the bottom of my heart. That's how I will be.
To be fair on Ken, guys, how many people his age do we know from the Greek Cypriot side that have similar views to Ken and no more extremist, having gone through the war and having lived through it and experienced it? I mean, actually, I believe Ken is quite a good place, to be honest.
Quite a good place.
And honestly, when he talks so calmly, Ken, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, I truly believe that Ken is in a quite good place. If you take into consideration his age, going through what he's gone through, and if you look at it from the Greek Cypriot side, with the same age people going through they went through, what views they have.
Yeah.
So.
I agree with Mandra.
But we can't say the same thing about Simon. Simon did pass through a lot of things at his age.
Simon, I have a question for you since you're here. Are Turkish Cypriots allowed to buy property in the south?
I think so. I have a lot.
I think so. I think so as well.
Of course they are. What am I saying? I have a lot of Turkish Cypriots neighbors who have bought property here and live here and take their children to school here.
Do they have the same rights? Do they have the same rights in subsidizing, for example, with grants that go from the government, like for young age people having certain
of course
benefits and so on?
The same.
Can you see?
The same as Armenian Cypriots, Maronites, Latins,
with due respect,
Greek
I'm not going to take
Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots, and I'd like to say, I want to go back to today's poster here. can Cyprus stand independent? Or all the other questions that Sof sometimes puts up, inviting us to his lives. It's all about the future, and we all talk about the past. I've got a handful to say about the past. And I'm not saying that we should forget what happened to the past. I think we should think about what happened to the past, analyze it, talk about it, but we should spend more time thinking how we can make things work. I mean, I could take what happened to my family, which is more or less Ken's story, at the other side of the coin. I mean, we were my community as an Armenian were driven out by TMT out of their neighborhood. 90% of the Armenians lived there. I could choose to take this truth and make it my life mission and say it's not going to happen because I've had these words, all of them are the same and this, and but that's not good for the majority of the Cypriots. Just because there was a minority of Greek Cypriots who wanted enosis, or there was a minority of TMTs who threw Armenians out of their neighborhoods, or they wanted Taksim with Turkey, or they wanted to promote Turkey's political agenda in Cyprus, who had never given up on the fact that they had lost Cyprus to the British, and then they didn't want enosis for the Greeks. Okay, so they had to step in and use the Turkish Cypriots. I'm not saying none of the things that Ken was saying is wrong, don't get me wrong, but there was also a policy from Turkey about not losing a foothold in Cyprus. There are many truths at the same time. What I'm saying does not annul what Ken is saying. And what I'm saying doesn't mean that because my truth is there, it means this is what we go by. I feel we can discuss the past, talk about it, learn from it, but things have changed so drastically. And most of the conversations that take place in these lives are about the past. I'm not saying we shouldn't learn from the past, but there are things we should. I mean, I always bring this example of Europe. They were in war for centuries, not 50 years or 30 years or 100 years. That Alsace and Lorraine between Germany and France is filled with skeletons of millions of people. And these people took enough courage to set up something which is sometimes working, sometimes it's not, Europe, okay? At least they stopped the wars. They haven't fired a single bullet. And their people have benefited from the wealth and the peace and being together like never before. When I compare myself to these people, I say, what is it they have that we don't? They've had a bad history longer than ours. Are we just donkeys? No insult, Andreas Donkey and whoever.
Yeah.
I
As for
mean,
you, Andre.
are we animals? Don't we have brains to make things work? I mean, on a people's level, you see people getting by, walking, my neighbors, you walk down the street, the people are talking, I hear Turkish all the time, Greeks go to the north, have we seen any, I don't remember a fight, or there could be, I mean, I don't know, I don't remember anything that has gone wrong.
Why?
Simon, the fact is, every single person who comes to these lives week after week, whether in the comments or they're hating or anything, they have a huge love for Cyprus. And you're never going to see any of these people, especially the majority of people, like you said, to have any problems, TC or GC. So
What
you're
does-
right.
What does
And Simon, I
what
have a
does
question for you.
what does love for Cyprus mean? I want this to be expressed in some way. What does it mean, love for Cyprus? We love the mountains or what? I mean, love for Cyprus for me means going above my personal bad trauma and making something work for my country.
What you suggest? What you suggest?
It's got to be a power sharing structure. It's got to be a power share. I don't know. I don't.
Would you still love Cyprus if it was a power sharing structure?
Of course.
That's
I
it.
lived in a power sharing structure. I'm not a young man. I'm 67 years old. I lived in a neighborhood where the Turks used to call it, the Turkish Cypriots call it Armeno Mahalla, and the Armenians called it Turko Mahalla.
We used to call it Arab Ahmet.
Yes, Arab
Not
Ahmet,
Albanian
Victoria
Mahal.
Street. Victoria Street. But in slang language, the Turks living there used to call it the Armenian neighborhood. And
Arab
we,
Ahmet.
yes, man. And we used to call it the Armenian Cypriots used to call it the Turkish neighborhood. We even call it that now. We don't call it Armenian neighborhood. We call it the Turkish neighborhood. For us, it's the neighborhood that we lived with the Turks, so that it is understandable to what we are referring to. And I have a lot of Turkish Cypriots. When I talk to them, they say, the Armenian neighborhood. Yeah, you can call it. It was Victoria Street or Arab Ahmed Street. You know, and they lived together. And I mean, these people overcame so many things. And it was a trauma on both. And it was the minority of Turkish Cypriots who created this situation. I mean, I could choose a story and say, hey, all Turkish Cypriots are the same. I've had this story. It's never going to happen. Forget it. That's not how things work, really. We're going to be stuck in the past. We don't have the possibility to go out of our animal instincts and to move on. I mean, that's being uncivilized, I think.
Simon, why do you think there's not more going on between from the government to integrate at a community level more the Turkish Cypriots with the Greek Cypriots? What's stopping the government of initiating such actions?
I think. Listen, I know. First of all, let me say the following before I answer your question. I'm not a Greek Cypriot. Okay, I don't have any affiliation to Greece. I don't call Greece Mother Greece. Okay, and I hold Greece responsible for a lot of the problems that have happened here. You know, I don't have this love affair with Ellada. I don't. And I'm so happy that this Enosis thing didn't happen, because we'd be in the shits with them. Okay? Now, the Cypriot government, having said that, the Cypriot government wants these confidence building measures to work. First of all, because they want to integrate Turkish Cypriots into the ROC. And secondly, we are a European country. We treat our citizens. The government of Cyprus treats its while they are not busy embezzling their own people, they have directives from Europe to behave in certain ways, and if they don't, it doesn't work. You know, there are embirognomones, there are experts that come twice a year, okay, and they have
and they have meetings with representatives of the Armenian community to get our views of if we are being treated equally in this country of Cyprus. They do this in every single European country that has minorities, religious minorities. I'm sure they do the same to people with different sexual orientation, of different religion, of different nations living in different countries. And these meetings go for 2 days. They ask, do you have your own newspaper? Do you feel you are being protected? Do you speak your language? Do you feel inferior in any way? Do you see there is discrimination from the Cyprus government towards minorities and this and that? And I can tell you that if these questions were asked 50 years ago, my answers would be different.
Simon, let's talk about the future. Do you think there will ever be an Armenian Cypriot president?
I believe that we will declare an independent Armenian state in Cyprus one day.
North or south?
Everybody wants these two states. This is too selfish from the Turkish Cypriots. There are many minorities and everybody should have a state. Armenians will have a state relative to their population, which is around 0.9%. Okay, finished. This is the end of the story. And I will become the president. How's
Oh,
that? Please do, Simon. You will sort the problem out. I was about to suggest that.
And we will ask for a 3-state solution, not 2-state.
You're making a joke of it, Simon, but
I am. Come on,
Armenians are
everybody. Ken, I know what you're going through, man. I know the psyche you're into. I've listened to you many times. I could tell the same thing and say, this is not going to work, really. We must go above it, really. Really. I believe I lived the trauma of the Turkish Cypriots. None of the Greek Cypriots can talk about that. They didn't see it. I saw it. I lived it.
So I can understand you wanting a Greek government or Republic of Cyprus Greek government and Turkish Cypriot living under it. So I can understand.
Would you feel safe
what?
if president was?
I want a Greek government. What Greek government?
Well, that's what you're implying, you know? That's what you're saying, unitary state. One state.
Unitary state. Yeah.
Well, that's what it means.
I've lived in one. I've seen it. I've seen it work together with my Turkish Cypriot.
Where did you see it?
In 1960. In 1964.
Did it work? What state did it work?
What I'm saying in the past half an hour is that then it didn't.
I'm asking you a question.
No, it didn't work because the Greeks were coming from a different political spectrum. They looked at wrongly, very wrongly so, when they came to an independent, when they signed the constitution, they thought this was a stepping stone towards enosis. That's how they perceived it. And hence the problems.
So what's the difference now?
I understand that. But very soon, the majority of the Greek Cypriots, and especially Makarios, realized that this independent state should work, and enosis, for which he fought for once, and the majority of the Cypriots voted for it, it was a no deal. And that is why they went against him. Why do you think I was there when they tried to assassinate him in early 1970? We used to live next to the president's what you call it?
Palace.
The presidential palace. Yeah, they assassinated him. This was 2 or 3 years before the invasion. 2 or 3 years before. Why?
I think he changed his mind in 1967 because we could feel
before
that it was
slowly. Yes, and that is what. And then remember, let's remember that then Greece was governed by the dictators, yeah, and they wouldn't have this shit. They went against him, and they tried to undermine him. They tried to kill him, and then they organized the coup, which was against him and his beliefs. His beliefs were what? NOCs. Exactly the opposite. It was a belief for an independent power sharing structure with some changes he perceived, because during the 1960-63 area, he felt that, there were some blockages in. This is how they perceived it, and that was perceived like, the Greek Cypriots are trying to, have more control in government and this and that. Power sharing is not an easy thing.
What power sharing? I don't understand what you're talking about.
About the constitution. That's what I'm
We
talking
would never have a power share.
Sorry?
Would it never happen?
Well, it happened for 3 years in big difficulty.
It really didn't
I think
happen.
a vice president veto is sort of a kind of a powerful position to be in.
I don't know what.
Well, it is powerful, but if you look at the situation then, they were trying to sort out the budget, and there's no money for Turkish Cypriot quarters.
Yes.
Right? What do you expect them to do? Everything will gone. If you go into Dr. Fazıl Küçük records, right, and read the letters that he sent to Makarios, he tried to sort this problem out. He was getting undermined by junior ministers in Cyprus. Read his letters. Don't read this book here and book there. Everyone write it, bias Turkish side, bias Greek side, right? Just read the letters, the original letters Dr. Küçük wrote to Makarios. Right, so you can have a bit better understanding what was going on in Cyprus.
Yes, Ken. I'll give it to you, man. Without having good knowledge of this, I'll tell you this is how it was. I'll give you that. I'll grant you that. Is that a reason? I'm sure when the Europeans solved the war issue, there were much worse examples not to stop the war, not to create Europe, and not to live peacefully and not to prosper together.
That's what I was going to say, Simon. I was going to say, wouldn't you rather have had a strong leader at the time representing the Turkish Cypriots who would have been able to veto the funds, like you said? Would you not have been able, would the Turkish Cypriots not have been able to represent themselves to change that rather than having it lead to a 1974 war? Were there like a million other things that we could have done instead?
You could have done tons of things from 63. Forget 60. Forget 60 to 63. Right? No one got really. It wasn't that complicated. There was nothing going on, but you had all the organs of the government. 1963 all the way to 74. Right?
Yeah.
You could have done tons of things, millions of things, right?
Yes.
And stop all this thing happening. But he decided, Turkish Cypriots had one hotel in Cyprus from 1963 to 1974, right? Just one hotel, right? No other thing. Greeks had it all, hotels, Limassol Hotel, Paphos Hotel, everywhere, right?
Yeah.
The Turkish Cypriots had one, and somebody tried to build a hotel. He had to go and kiss Makarios' hand, get his approval to be able to do it. And where it was, in the middle of nowhere.
Ken, in 1960 to 63, so in Constitution, Turkish Cypriots were also sharing the power, and there was a vice president, and I'm sure there was a lot more in the government.
Yes.
So did they leave, or were they scared to leave, or were they forced to leave?
They've been forced.
They were forced
to leave it, right? My dad, he jumped at the same time. It all happened at the same time. My dad, he jumped from the second floor of the police station to save his life, right? So we didn't just get up and left, right?
No, that wasn't. You are right, Ken. That wasn't the case. It was the circumstances that pushed this tit for tat situation, which started with the power sharing structure that didn't work then. We can go into several examples. We can blame Greeks. We can blame their
I'm not
constitution.
blaming. I'm just saying
We can blame the British for setting it up the way they did, knowing that it may not work. We can write books about it, and there are many books.
I said, sorry to butt in, but earlier on I said to you, I came to London. You asked me, I think Soft asked me, how'd you end up in London? I said to you, my mum's brother, he was a politician. He had to leave Cyprus because he was scared of for his life, right? And he was a politician, right? And he was an educated guy. He had to leave Cyprus, right? And he could only come back in 74 after the war. And even then, he was a bit worried that because if they joined together again, what his position going to be? When they said to him, like, you're safe now, he came to Cyprus.
A very sad story.
It is a sad story.
It is a very sad story, and there are several stories like that, and a lot of Greek Cypriots and a lot of Turkish Cypriots, as a result of what happened, left. How was the Greek Cypriot community and the Turkish Cypriot community formed in the United Kingdom? They fled the blood and the antibarathisi that was, isn't it? I mean,
it's one of the reasons Greeks and Turkish Cypriots gets on in London is because they were all in the same boat. The Greek Cypriot left London in 50s and early 60s, right? Because of the EOKA. And they were all in the same boat. They were all running from the same people.
Okay, here's the question to Simon and Andrea. Let's say Cyprus unites tomorrow, Turks and Greeks, and it's going to be another constitution, and it's going to be Turks and Greeks sharing power along with Armenians. We need to mix it a bit, right? Do you think like this thing will happen again or not?
I do believe it will. It will. Not soon. Not soon.
Yeah.
Not soon. But it will. Eventually it will.
Why?
Not now, because the geopolitical setup is different. It's difficult now. The geopolitical, I mean, there were times about maybe 20 years ago when politicians were there and that thought alike and they could make things work. But now the geopolitics of it all is a little different. Now there are alliances being made that we don't even make sense of, Turkey has got a foreign policy which is different. The ROC is making its own alliances as if we're all, setting up each other to balance and counterbalance military, how do you call it, military setups. I don't think there'll be a war, but the setup is a little different now. It's, for example, would we, as Cyprus, as ROC, the real question in me is the following. Tomorrow we have a power-sharing government. Which road is it going to take in a foreign policy?
That's a good question.
I mean, Turkey wants to accomplish some sort of a Turkic unification through Azerbaijan and all the former Turkic all the former Soviet Turkic republics and create this bigger economic or however political alliance. Would the Cyprus government or the power sharing structure that we create want to be part of that? No. The current government will probably want to keep it.
Why did you say no? Because the other day they were up there, and one of the Kazakh countries opening our embassy in Cyprus. You're all for it.
No. I said, yeah, okay. I don't know. There probably some economical interest or something. I don't know.
And what's wrong with these Turkic countries? It goes as far as there's about 15 countries. 15, about 300, maybe
Yes, I know.
300 million people. It's a
This
big
was-
market. Is that you thinking about Cyprus, or you just thinking of yourself?
Who is myself? I'm
Well,
Cypriot.
Greek Cypriot.
As an Armenian, you mean?
Or Armenians, right?
Yeah,
Or
well,
you just
both,
want to be
actually.
European.
No. I can be 100% Cypriot and 100% Armenian at the same time.
I understand that. I'm not questioning that. I'm saying,
Cypriot.
but why is it that now, if you come up and say Shalom Brothers, yeah, I say, yeah, he's got a point. But Turkic state, why is it an issue?
Sorry, the question, Ken, again?
You said Turkey wants to align with Turkic state. And
Yes.
besides, once we join together, how do you know Turkey is going to interfere in our own affairs? Or Greece is going to interfere with our Cyprus affairs?
I don't.
And most of the stuff that Greek Cypriots say is assumption. They don't know that it will happen. I don't think we don't want Turkey in our own affairs. Turkish Cypriots, they get on with Turkey, but we don't want them on our affairs.
Yes.
They're
Well,
our
I know
brothers. They're not our fathers and mothers. They're our brothers,
Yeah.
right? So if we have a federal solution with Greek Cypriots, we run our own country, not Turkey. I mean, I don't understand why Greek Cypriot always tying to Turkey. Turkey won't interfere in Cyprus' problem.
Yeah, they don't understand that. It's you can't convince that to the average Greek Cypriot.
That's because
On the other hand, did the Turkish Cypriots do anything to prove otherwise?
well, we have nothing to prove. We haven't got anything in our hand to prove anything, right?
Okay.
You squeezing us one side, they're squeezing us on the other side. What do we need to do to prove anything?
Who's squeezing you on the other side, Ken?
Well, look, if you think I'm going to come here and say, "Oh, we run our own affairs," the reality is, I can't go to Cyprus and throw a stone into the sea without Turkey authorizing it.
Yeah.
Right? That's how it is. That's the reality on the ground.
You're right.
Oh, I'm not right. I'm right. Right? So Greek Cypriots not allowing us to do nothing. Greek Cypriots stopping us, our 14-year-olds playing football. Greek Cypriots stopping us.
Yeah.
Right? And Turkey is stopping us throwing a stone into the sea. And then the Greek Cypriot people, right, like Andreas, is saying that, can you prove to us that you're not going to... How are we going to do that? You're asking us to get rid of Turkey. How the hell are we going to get rid of Turkey? Come on, you guys are educated. Turkey is built into Republic of Cyprus. Unless Turkey says, well, I don't want it anymore, I'm going, right? There's nothing you or Turkish Cypriots can do about it.
Yeah.
Greece saying that, oh, we're not guarantor anymore, but it's not up to them neither. It has to be agreed. It has to be signed by Turkish Cypriots as well as Greek Cypriots.
But
Right?
but I think Greeks already said that they have relinquished their rights as guarantors. They've said it.
Yeah, they may said it,
They've
but if
declared
tomorrow
it.
something happened and they decided to change their mind, right? No one can stop it. It hasn't been authorized. It hasn't been rectified.
It has been declared, though.
It could be declared, right?
Declared.
British are not interested in it neither. But if something happens and it serves their purpose, they'll come back in. Is it signed, sealed, and delivered? No.
Oh, sure, of course. No, I
It's
didn't
not.
say that. I mean,
No.
Turkey didn't co-sign a document saying that, okay, we recognize the fact that the Greek government has relinquished its right as a guarantor power. No, formally, but Greeks have
And
declared
they
that.
sign and seal, deliver, and ratified it in the Cyprus Parliament and Greek Parliament because these are international agreements.
Mhm.
It's news to me if they done that.
You know,
Saying it that we were willing to let go our guarantor power is not it's not meaning that they let go their power.
okay. You referred to something as the North being squeezed on Turkey on one side.
Yeah, that's the reality.
And and for and you also referred to a football team. Unfortunately, I don't know the details of this athletic get together.
They can't play at UEFA level,
Of
and
course.
they're not even recognized by Turkey to play at UEFA level with Turkey even.
No,
So it's not just Cyprus; it's also
not, I'm
Turkey.
not saying that, Andreas. The other day, Erdogan, when they first met up, he suggested 14-year-old game, and you come and say no because
I agree. I agree with you on this. I agree. Even a friendly would have been sufficient.
yeah, we can't do that. So what do you want us to do exactly? And
I
it's
will
don't
give
come
you
up
two
and say, oh, you should do something. What exactly? You come up and say, well, give us half the houses or give us half the land or do this. I respect that. I can have a discussion with you, but don't say they should do something. What exactly we're going to do?
You know the problem with the fact one of the major problems that the Turkish Cypriots have is that the international community perceives the area now occupied by the Turkish army as an illegal entity, as a result of which Turkish Cypriots are isolated. I will not go.
Before you go any further, Simon, the
Yes.
international community doesn't see it as occupied land. There's no UN resolution says that it's occupied land. All right, what Turkey there is with international law. They've got the right to be there. Okay, it's under the international law. It's not occupied. You show me one UN resolution says it's occupied.
I think there are several, if I'm not
There is
wrong.
none, my friend. There is none. You go and check it before you decide.
So why is it that the TRNC is not recognized?
TRNC doesn't recognize. George brought it up earlier on because of the resolution 541. Right?
Okay.
We have having this discussion, and he mentioned it, and I checked it. Resolution 541 it's created in 1983 about TRNC, and he called TRNC illegally created state. Right? It doesn't say illegally occupied state or occupied state. Okay.
550 says that.
550.
I think 550 is about Famagusta.
Yeah, 550 is about Famagusta.
Yeah.
We want return of the Famagusta.
Yeah. So for a minute, I will not go into the discussion of the wording.
Well, you can check that. I understand.
The good thing about the times we live is that you can check it up in a second on the internet.
That's true, yes. I got three devices here. I can check it out anything I want.
So let's not go there. So the Turkish Cypriots are isolated because I also hear this is because of the TRNC being created and the countries not recognizing it and not accepting trade And this is also a card in the hands of the Republic of Cyprus.
That's
It's the
correct.
only thing. It's the only thing that the Republic of Cyprus has, is to protect the sovereignty of the whole island by undermining any action that the Turkish government or the Turkish Cypriot leadership does, so that it doesn't allow any type or formal recognition, which is the same on both sides. I remember, I'm a tennis player myself.
What do you mean same on both sides? I don't
Let me tell
understand
you. Of course, these things have changed over the years. I remember when Apoel was drawn with a Turkish team, the first time they didn't play. Now things have changed. I remember being in the playing for Cyprus was drawn to play Turkey in Davis Cup. The first time they were drawn against each other, the Turkish national team didn't come here. But now things are different. Okay, things are different, but the real problems remain, which is the fact that the Turkish Cypriots suffer as a result of the isolation of the state in which they live in, which is a product of an abnormal situation which has stayed like that for 50 years. I'm not going back to the reasons why we have come to that. Okay?
It's not abnormal situation. It's illegally declared a state. That's what UN resolution says.
Okay, an illegally declared state. It
Yeah.
was the same. It was the same with, I will not go to the, I'm just going to bring it as an example. Nagorno-Karabakh was a republic, a functioning state with an army supported by Armenia, with boundaries, with administration, with population, with boundaries. It was recognized by nobody, and it lived in isolation until it was recaptured by the Azeri and the Turkish army. So, for 30 years, these people lived in isolation. They could not trade. You didn't get any McDonald's shops. You didn't get any Gucci shops. You didn't get any trade. You didn't have any airport. Aliyev said they built an airport, the Karabakh Armenians, and Aliyev said the first time this plane goes off, I'm going to shoot it down. And not a single flight was ever made. You know, why was he doing that? He was doing that because he considered that area as part of its land, it's part of its country, and called the Armenian separatists, who had declared independence just like the Turkish Cypriots had, and didn't want formal recognition or formal behavior.
Guys, I'd hate to close this live because it's such an interesting topic, but if I don't close it now, it'll close by itself. So can we pick this up another time?
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so before you go, how's your work going in Falmouth?
Yeah, good. I'm visiting once a month at the moment, so
Okay.
it's I'm managing it. I'm not really in it, so managing it from the laptop.
Good on you. All right, mate.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you for joining.
Good night.
Thank you for taking it. I accidentally joined. I don't know how. I probably pressed the button, but
Let's call it fate. Let's call it fate, Simon.
Simon, you joined in and you hadn't stopped talking, mate.
I know.
We enjoyed it. We enjoyed it.
Good night. Good night.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Otherwise.